bow your head. Heavenly Father, we come to you today, grateful for the opportunity to gather here and be a part of what goes on in our local lives. Please guide each and every person in here so what they do, they say, they hear resonates well and is for the interest of all within the county. In Jesus' name we pray.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first order of business, it looks like we're going to have one commissioner that's not going to be here today and one that's going to be late. So if we could get a motion to excuse them both.
Yeah, I guess Mr. State's out of the state.
Mr. States, yeah, he's out of town, and between jobs and family, you know how you have other obligations, so I'd like to excuse him if we could.
I'd like to make the motion to excuse Mr. Tate for the duration of the meeting and Mr. Ward until he can get here.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen. So we come to the point in time now when we can turn the gavel over to the attorney.
I'm on the power for the year.
Do you need to say anything, or can we jump right in? Okay, since this is the selection of chairman and vice chairman, I have been chairman for the last 3 years, and it brings me great pleasure to nominate David Williams to be our chairman.
And I'll second.
All those in favor?
That was my line.
I'm so used to it, I'm sorry.
He's going to get one last one.
That's all right. I'm sorry, I apologize. I was trying to hurry up.
Hurry up, watch change.
I was going to say quick. All those in favor of Mr. Williams as chair, please signify by raising your hand. Now the floor will be open for nominations for vice chair.
I'd also like to nominate Fred McCoy for vice chair.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Congratulations, gentlemen.
I don't get to sit down here on the end anymore and lob grenades whenever I want to do it. It's a little more restraint.
It's my turn, huh?
I got to show a little more restraint now. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
This has worn a little bit since I last held it.
It's been banged a few times.
It's been a while. Thank you, gentlemen, for electing me the chairman, and I'd also like to say that you've done a fine job as chairman, and you've led us through some interesting ordeals, good and bad. I guess, as my boss would say, many opportunities have come before you, and you've handled them quite well.
I appreciate it.
So that man is battle-tested, no doubt. We've got a few scars.
He's done a really good job. We've had a lot of issues this past year, and to see us through them, and appreciate what he's doing.
Well, guys, I appreciate it. Did the best I could do. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor, and I appreciate your vote of confidence. But I don't want to wear my welcome out. So, thank you. I appreciate you guys willing to step up and do this. Thank you.
Moving right into public information, I think we have Mr. Brewer up here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly congratulations on your new appointment. Really, staff is here this afternoon to announce that the Maple Hill Small Area Plan, which staff in the community have been working on diligently, along with our planning board, and we do have a member here, Mr. Hiram Williams, so I would like to recognize him today, is that the plan is being presented for public review. Staff has worked with the community on 6 specific topics, although many more were discussed. These range from land use, economic development, to community heritage and sense of place for the Maple Hill community. Throughout the process, staff was awarded a planning grant to further study active living and healthy eating. which we worked with the Health Department and Holland Consulting Planners to really review impediments that may exist throughout the community, as well as current regulations and policies that are in place. So this is a little bit different than our previous small area plan, is that we did have an opportunity to study that focus topic with some professional expertise through Holland. So we're proud of that. Staff facilitated 3 community meetings to keep the Maple Hill residents abreast of the planning process, and we'll hold another community meeting on Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Maple Hill Resource Center, and that'll go till 12 to review the plan with the community, as well as answer questions and receive comments. It's anticipated that the document will be reviewed by the Planning Board for their recommendation in February, as well as adoption by this board on February 18th. Again, thank you, and just wanted to open up the public comment period. So.
No official action is required here, is it just noted that the public comment period is open?
No, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer, for taking the lead on that, and your staff.
Thank you.
It's a good moment here. This is going to be recognition of Earl Moore, graduation from the UNC CGCIO certification program, and I will let you translate the acronym for us, Mr. Harvey.
You got it, yes, sir, and congratulations. It's I'm about to get used to. At this time, I want to recognize Mr. Earl Moore. Earl, if you will come up here, please. I do want to put him on the spot. I hate to do that to him, but please come up here, sir. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize Mr. Raymond Earl Moore on his recent graduation as an alumnus of the 2009 Certified Government Chief Information Officer Program. I'm honored to recognize Mr. Raymond Earl Moore on graduating from the 2013 CGCIO program at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill School of Government. Mr. Moore is one of 39 public sector employees who successfully completed the course this year. Over the course of its 9-year existence, the program has graduated roughly about 400 public sector IT professionals. The CGCIO program is the first local government-specific program for CIOs in the nation and began in 2005. The program is designed for local government information technology directors, managers, and CIOs whose responsibilities require a broad understanding of management, leadership, and enterprise topics. The course is approximately 240 hours in length. Course instruction covers enterprise issues, strategic technology planning, communication, project management, emerging trends, risk management, acquisition management, change management, leadership, security, legal issues, and financial trends. Mr. Moore currently serves as our IT operations manager and has worked in the Pender County Information Technology Services Department for 10 years. Mr. Moore, if you'll step over here. I want to thank you for all your hard work, your dedication, and your commitment, and most of all for just being you. We are very blessed to have him as a part of our team, and again, congratulations. If you'll do me the honors at this time, I'd like to ask the chairman and Dr. Duvall if you'd like to come down for a picture. I'd like to get one with Earl here, please.
Feel really good about our staff from top to bottom, and the leadership and chain of command we have in from top to bottom. That goes across departments. Next, item number 4, and we're going to add an item hopefully here in a few minutes when we get before public comment. Recognition of you, Mr. Eric Harvey, to serve on the North Carolina Local Government Information Systems Association Board. Dr. Duvall.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations. Eric Harvey, IT Director for our county, on November the 13th, during the North Carolina Local Government Information Systems Association, a fall training event and symposium, voted Mr. Harvey in to serve a 1-year term as the Secretary to the NGLG ISA Board. This board's active membership is estimated over 2,500 local, regional, state, federal, K-12 colleges and university IT professionals across the state. So this is a high and great honor on one of our department heads here in the county. And I think that it's fitting that we recognize Mr. Harvey today on his induction onto the NGLGISA board in North Carolina. Again, North Carolina Local Government Information Systems Association. That's a lot
Yes,
of
sir, it
words,
is
but
long.
it's a great appointment. And I just want to say that, I want to turn to Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Mr. Harvey to make a few comments about his appointment.
It definitely is a great honor. There's a lot of things that have led up to this in my tenure here at Pender County government. Starting off with the county, moving to the sheriff's office, Sheriff Carson Smith affording me other opportunities, coming back over here to the county, and just growing as an IT professional. I do consider it a great honor and a privilege that I can continue to serve Nicolegiza in my new role. I'm blessed and very fortunate to work alongside so many hardworking, creative IT professionals at all levels of government, including those IT folks right here in Pender County. I believe that my involvement will be advantageous to Pender County, the IT department, and to our citizens. My staff and I are all driven by the goals of Pender County, and will continue our current efforts to make it one of the prominent, and if not the best in the state for leadership and advancement in IT. I look forward to fulfilling these duties and responsibilities. Thank you for your recognition. I appreciate that.
Congratulations. Anybody?
We appreciate what he's done. He's really done an outstanding job in this department, and I appreciate what you've done and all the hard work it took to get it.
Sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
These are the kind of reflections on the county that we appreciate, and I didn't get a chance to speak to Earl before he left, but make sure, is he still out there?
Oh, he's in the corner there.
Congratulations to you too, Earl. Proud of both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for recognizing us. We appreciate it.
I don't run it that tight. You need to speak up, speak up.
I did that.
Item number 5, Ms. Mosier, Affordable Health Care Act, certified application counselors.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak on behalf of Ms. Mosier. In your handout, I included in your packet just a little bit about the Affordable Care Act, which actually, as a result of the Affordable Care Act, we now have the federally facilitated marketplace. And Medicare and Medicaid, and thank goodness, recognized that people were going to need assistance with signing up for insurance, so they established several types of assistance personnel. And we are actually what's called a certified application counselor. We have 5 staff members who are trained to assist people in applying for insurance through the marketplace. Our wonderful health director, who's always planning ahead, when we were redoing our lobby, had us had him construct 2 areas to set up as kiosks for the for people to come in and sign up for the insurance for the marketplace. Also, we're doing this at DSS. Our people have been trained. They are now just waiting for the computers to get in place in our lobby so that we can work with individuals. We are getting referrals. We've got some referrals from DSS this past week, and one of our counselors will be working with these individuals to get them set up for insurance. And we've got a temporary place set up in our conference room for right now. So this is a good thing. There was only grant funds for a minimal amount of counselors. It's not really counselors, there's another name for them, and right now it escapes me, but there was some grant funds for people to go out into the communities to do this training, to help people get signed up, but there's not enough people to go around, so that's why we took it upon ourselves to get trained and are going to offer this service at the health department. We're also helping people get signed up for Medicaid through the North Carolina E-Pass. They can do this at DSS, and we've been giving out paper applications now almost 2 years, but now we can help them do it electronically.
Any questions?
Any
comments?
questions?
Just comment. I appreciate you folks helping out with this, because this is going to be a very confusing time for a lot of people.
It's very confusing.
This is confusing for a lot of us. But, thanks to the federal government making a lot of decisions up there, anytime you try to help someone, you always displace someone. And there's going to be a lot of folks displaced through this whole thing. and I appreciate you folks being out there to offer a little guidance and help. Thank you.
Thank you. We're always trying to plan ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have an item here. We were all sent an email from the manager, and this is a grant opportunity, and basically, when you boil it all down, it's a potential grant to help us build this wastewater treatment plant. And it came to light after submission time for this agenda. I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Duvall, and would ask that you gentlemen vote to put it on the agenda first of all, and then if it gets on the agenda, then go ahead and just dispose of this business right now.
Okay, all right. So what we want to do is go ahead, I guess we'll need to look at this, and this came at the request of Skip Green, our grant writer administrator, in regard to Pender Commerce Park wastewater treatment facility. This is an EDA grant, and when you all boil it down, Skip, I think we can get up to $2 million more additional dollars when you boil it down to brass tacks. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, and we apologize for the kind of lateness in getting to it, but just with the different parts coming together, it wasn't until about 2 weeks ago we realized that we had a narrow window to try to get an application in. The EDA grant will actually be for like $2,002,000. It's a rounding thing, so we have to have that 2,000 in there. But it will be towards the wastewater treatment plant. It would be towards the main contract, because I think it's about $7.1 million is the estimated cost of it. The application it's due to be either in Atlanta or electronically submitted by the end of this week. Within 30 days, approximately 30 days, a decision will be made as far as if it warrants some to request additional information. If everything would go as planned, we would probably say we're looking within around February, probably it would be into May before you actually had a grant offer, if they're going to make one. But again, it would be a $2 million grant towards the wastewater treatment plant. We're asking for the authorization to submit an application.
Thank you. Are you gentlemen comfortable enough with adding this grant opportunity to the agenda?
I am, and in fact, I'd like to make the motion, because first of all, we've got to add it to the agenda, so I would like to make the motion to add this item to the agenda.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Raise your hand.
Now, Mr. Chairman,
Motion to approve.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Added to the agenda unanimously and carried unanimously.
Haven't been able to do that for 3 years.
That's right. I think most of you know, but if you don't know, one of the privileges you lose when you sit in the chairman's chair is that you cannot make nor second a motion. That's something that we self-impose, and it seems to work most of the time. So, moving along to public comment. Mr. Attorney, we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Carla Burbick.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come in and speak on behalf of the Pender County Cheerleaders. The Pender County Cheerleaders represent Pender Youth Football and Cheer. That is a group that started about 6 years ago to fall under the partnership of Pender County Parks and Recs. We began with 150 kids. We're almost to 300 right now. We took a group of 15 girls, and I have a few of them right here behind me. We took them to Greensboro just before Thanksgiving to a regional UCA regional competition. They won first prize. Big trophy. They scored enough points to get a bid to go to nationals, which is a UCA national competition in Disney World, Florida. It's a great honor. We're very proud of them. They've worked very hard for that. It's also very expensive. We're looking at probably $700 per girl. That would include the entry fee, hotel, and food for the 3-day stay. We're hoping to raise about $10,000. Problem is we have a short window to do it in. The deposit's already been paid, which had to be paid by December 5th. The rest of the money is due January 8th. So we have about 5 weeks that we're working on multiple fundraisers, plus still continuing to practice, plus the holidays and everything included. The girls are doing bake sales, and we're out in the community. We did hot chocolate with Santa last week, and yard sales, and we have a raffle coming up. We've had a few companies sponsors us, but we would like Pender County Commissioners, we'd like to ask them for some kind of donation. Anything that you would be willing to help us with would be greatly appreciated. These girls, even going down to Florida for this competition is a great honor for them, as well as our league, as well as Pender County. It's been 5 years since one of our squads have made it to this level of competition. So we're all really excited about it, but also know that it's a big undertaking. So anything that you guys could do to help us would be greatly appreciated. We do apologize for not being on your agenda, but with the window of time frame we're looking at, it was, near impossible to get on this agenda, and January would be a little bit too late because the money has to be down in Florida by the 8th.
We typically, when we have organizations, we don't fund the whole trips, but we do try to help out some when we can. We don't really have a written hard policy, but I know we've helped out with various sports teams, and I do the football, the cheer, the basketball, the baseball thing on a personal level. So my daughter cheers middle school right now, my son plays football. So it all helps, I understand, weekends and hotels and things. I would certainly like for us to try to do something. We can't do that whole thing. There's no way we can do that. But I would certainly advocate adding something to the agenda. I caught wind of this, and I know Dee could maybe give about $500 out of her budget. Maybe the manager could give us a little bit or something and try to offset some expenses. I know
Okay.
and maybe we'll help prime the pump publicly, and other folks will chip in too. I'm open for suggestions or ideas, gentlemen.
I'd like to ask something. What's the date of our next meeting?
January 6th.
6th, that's only 2 days prior to when.
2 days, and we have to have it in Florida by the 8th.
By the 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the girls are working really hard, the girls and their families. We have several fundraisers going on right now. We had a family donate a Xbox, the biggest thing. So we'll be raffling off tickets for that, and that should really draw a lot of interest. We'll be at the Christmas parade Saturday night selling hot chocolate and donuts and baked goods, and there's only so many of those you can sell.
How many girls are?
It's 15 girls.
Big squad.
It's 15 girls.
Like I say, I've known Carla and Courtney a long time, and they're hardworking people. They really support the community and go all they can for the sports program around here. So I'm definitely in favor of what we can do to help them.
Thank you, Fred, I appreciate that.
Well, just like any, is this something that we'd have to vote on, or could it be done with a nod to the manager, and or what we need to do here, Mr. Attorney?
I guess depends on how, you're gonna need to give a number.
I understand that part of it, but would it need to be voted on, or we give a nod to the man in the chair there?
Well, since it involves spending money, it would be something that and I think we
That's
need to
fine.
add it to the agenda and then have a vote.
That's fine. You got any suggestions, Mr. Manager?
Dee might be able to provide a little bit of background information. This came on us pretty quick, and I'd ask her to kind of come up, and if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, if y'all want some background.
Yeah. I'm good on the background part of it. I think
Okay.
we're down to amount of an amount. Is that
Okay.
kind of where we are?
Yeah, we can, I think, looking at your budget, Dee, you can come up with roughly 1,000, I think, the last email that I'd received out of your budget, correct? Is that not correct?
I said 500.
Okay.
But I'll look and see how much, but I know I could do 500.
Okay.
How much have you given to other teams, like the football?
Well,
I
there've
want
been
to
years
think
where we had
Dixie-
we had multiple teams.
Yeah, you
go.
had multiple
I recall
teams.
more baseball and softball than anything else than I do the Pop Warner football teams. But I know we had some guys play a team from Virginia, got in the second round, but that was over on the other side. I don't know what the youth league did over here this year, but we always try to do something because we want to say thank you, but we can't underwrite the whole ordeal. Mr. Assistant Manager, Finance Director, can you add something to
If I
this?
remember correctly, earlier this fiscal year, we did something with one of the football teams.
We did.
And what I would suggest we do is possibly go back and look at the exact amount and not to exceed that. Possibly, I think that trip was out of state, wasn't it, Dee, that they took?
I think it was DCU.
Our football teams have not traveled.
Yeah, I believe it was baseball or softball.
It was the base, it was,
But it's
it was
typically been when they've gone beyond the state competition.
It-
right.
You know what, it was the girls softball.
Yeah.
team.
It
Girls
was-
softball.
It's only the national level, and then when they go to a softball or baseball tournament, they have to stay a longer amount of time because they can only play one game a day.
Right.
So they fundraise for, 7 or 8 nights of stay, where y'all are
We're saying
fundraising for
3.
3 nights.
And we'll compete possibly 2 of those days.
Understand. Well, we, obviously, Dee's operating budget would be $500. Mr. Manager, where else would we have to?
We
move this
can,
from?
we can look, I took a look at the, of course, back to the old standby, the general fund contingency that we put money into each year. I took a look at that one, and I did put in some money for Parks and Rec in that budget. I can pull some more out of there, 3,000, 35, whatever you all are comfortable with. You tell me.
I know in the past, I think we've spent as much as 3,000 if we had multiple teams going. I don't remember ever spending that much on one team.
Okay.
I'm not,
About we do 1,000.
Excuse me, if I remember correctly, we spent $2,000 on the last team that went, but that was for 7 days, if I remember correctly.
We can do that.
I'm comfortable with
I make a motion, we do $1,000.
it. You know, 1,000 for this board, for the contingency fund or total?
All right, let's go back. All right. Reconsider. All right, $2,000 to make a motion to help them on this trip.
To add it to the agenda.
Okay.
To the agenda.
Well, first of all, we're going to add it to
Oh,
the
add to
agenda.
the
You
agenda.
want to
Yeah,
add it
right.
to the agenda
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
So if it's all right with you, I'd like to make a motion to add this item to the agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay?
All in favor?
Okay.
Entertain a motion for a dollar amount.
And you're making the motion for $2,000.
$2,000.
And I'll make a second.
And Mr. Chairman, can I get a point of clarification on that? Is that total, or is that 2,000 addition to
For
these
this trip.
500?
For this
Okay,
trip.
gotcha.
This trip.
So what I would suggest is we do 500 out of Dee's budget and 1,500 out of contingency.
Yes, sir.
If that's okay.
You made the motion?
Yeah.
All in favor? We covered, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much.
Appreciate all
We
you do.
appreciate it.
I know you put a lot of work into it.
What the outcome is.
Okay. Show us the trophy. Turn it around.
Yeah.
Turn the trophy, man, girls.
And then bring us a bigger one back.
Proud of you.
All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Travel safely.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else under public comment, Mr.
Yes, sir. Ella West.
Good afternoon. I'm here about my taxes. I don't know if this is your area or not.
Ms. West, would you mind
Yes.
speaking to intercom for the record, please?
Okay. My name is Ella West. I'm 85, widower, 85 years old. And I'm here about my taxes and EMS. They upgraded my property taxes, and it's just a little more than half an acre. And, it's about $1,000 for the year, but anyway, I've had the EMS twice this year, and I had to pay them $1,000. And I was wondering why my, taxes are being paid for this, and I still have to pay them that amount of money for them to come out. They had to come to me again on Thanksgiving. My sugar fell. I'm diabetic. I wanted to know if is that your area too? Somebody said I could get some help with this, or?
Well, ma'am, I think I can as far as the procedure and the EMS tax. What the EMS tax, what that does is that assures that the paramedics are available and equipment and the system is up. The EMS tax that you pay is not a carte blanche or doesn't cover all ambulances, right? All ambulance rides or whatever has to be done. That is to assure that the service is up and running. Everyone or every parcel of property pays that tax, and anyone who uses the service, whether they be from out of state, out of county, they still also receive a bill for, I guess most people probably an ambulance ride. But the Pender EMS and Fire, as it's known now, does have an accounting department, or if there's any questions on why is your tax correct, we can tell her who to talk to at the tax department. But Pender EMS and Fire is a corporation, and they have a billing department, and you can work with them to try to work this out. I'm not sure what your exact circumstance is. I'm glad you're okay. But the tax just assures that the system is up and running and the people are there and the equipment is there and so forth. It does not cover the actual service for the event when it happens. And you're not the only person that's asked that, I can tell you.
Sure they have. I was just wondering, why it's just me now. And I just have this little 4-room house and a shed on it. And I don't see how they could make my taxes so high for that. I don't have a pool, I don't have a fence around it, I don't understand this.
Well, if it's a question of the correct value, that what should be there based on the EMS percentage, then you can certainly file appeal for future tax years. I don't know if you can go back on this year or not. It may be too late for that appeal, but there is, if you think it's not correct, there is an appeals process that you can go to.
I can?
There is an appeals process. If someone wants to challenge what their value is, they can do that.
With the tax people?
Yes, ma'am. Am I telling her correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Manager?
Okay.
Okay.
So
And
I have to-
anybody else want to add
I
anything?
would just make a suggestion, and you've already touched on it. You need to call the manager or get up with him tomorrow. He can walk you through this step by step and help you get on the path you need to get on to get the answers you're looking for. Because it sounds like you may want a reval on your property or a reevaluation for them to come out and reevaluate your current tax. And he can step you through all of that and help you with that.
I have asked them before about this, but I didn't get any.
Mr. Manager,
Yeah.
would you just please get her contact information or give her some so she can call you tomorrow?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're glad you're all right now. Mr. Attorney, is anyone else signed up for public comment?
Yes, sir. Tyler Newman.
That name's familiar lately. I think I've seen it. Mr. Newman, for the record, please state your affiliation and where you, everything.
I can do that. My name is Tyler Newman. I work for BASE and the Wilmington Cape Fear Home Builders Association. As just mentioned, we sent an email late last week about item 14 on your agenda, some concerns that we had, some potential unintended consequences with approving all of the appendices as proposed by staff. We had a really good conversation today with the fire marshal. I think we've worked out a way for us to sit down in January and work through some of those issues so we don't undermine all the work that went into the UDO and we don't frustrate the investment that's going on in Pender County right now. So I wanted to encourage you to support staff's motion or their suggestion in a little while to pull Appendix D from item 14 and move forward with the rest of it, and we'll work out the rest of it with them in January, and I believe bring that back to you at a later point in time. But I'd like to thank the manager and staff for working with us and working through our concerns in spite of what you had going on Friday.
Well, I've seen the chain go back and forth, and it did seem like some reasonable suggestions and compromises on both sides, and yet we can potentially, if you gentlemen want to, pull that one appendices and still move forward with the other things, not stopping the whole train, I guess. But we can cover that when this item comes up on the agenda, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any other commissioner want to add to that?
No, we're ready to go to number 14.
Sounds good to me, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Charles may come up, or Tom may want to come up and speak a little bit more on that for the record, because folks haven't been privy to reading the things we have up to this point, I'm sure. Any more public comment?
Yes, Hiram Williams.
No relation, but a brother in arms in the church, anyway.
Absolutely. Hiram Williams from Hampstead, and it's been a long time since I've seen you gentlemen. Congratulations on being relieved of duty. Congratulations on accepting a large responsibility, and for both of you, Mr. McCoy and Mr. Williams. It's been a long time since I've been up here. There's nothing broken. Usually when there is something broken is when I come, and I don't think there's anything broken. This item 14 had a lot of concern for a lot of folks, and that was one of the primary reasons I came, but I think that's getting worked out. One thing that I do want you to know is how important, and I think you're beginning to understand it and see it again, growth is in Pender County. And we're seeing, I noticed that last month, our building permits were up substantially, and that's going to make things a whole lot easier for a lot of people as far as our tax base goes and as far as the income for the county goes. And having sat on the board, and I appreciate the appointment back to the planning board last year, having been on it now for 3 or 4 years, I see what is going on, and I see how fragile, though, our economy is still in the house building industry. It's and so we need to be concerned about keeping our costs down every way we can, and that's this situation with the fire code is one thing that would add a lot of cost to. If it's not a cost to the subdivision, then it's going to come in the cost of the house at the house level. So I mean, somebody's got to pay no matter what if there's going to be a house built, constructed, and lived in by a citizen. So from my standpoint, I just want y'all to continue to consider anything that comes before you that's going to be an impediment to growth. Just look at it very carefully. I appreciate the work y'all do for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Hiram.
Those are all the sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
Any commissioners want to comment on that topic? Hearing none, we will move to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion consent agenda? Are there any items of concern?
I just have a question about one of the items. I don't really want to pull it. If I could just ask the question.
Absolutely.
Mr. Manager,
Yes, sir.
item number 8. I've read this thing 3 or 4 times. It doesn't read like a resolution. It just has a little information in it, and I realize that it's about their plan. You're the one who's serving on that on our behalf, right?
I am, and Mr. Foster Norman is here tonight to answer any questions about that plan that you may have.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, since you're the one serving on that.
Yes, sir.
You're okay with what you've seen?
I am fine. In fact, I attended their first, to update you just briefly while we're talking about this, I attended their first meeting last week in Surf City and was very highly impressed with the whole entire process. And was sent through an orientation with Mr. Norman as well, and highly impressed with his organization, what he's doing for us.
Well, Don Hall sings his praises all the time, so, I feel like I know the man. Anyhow, no, I appreciate what you do for us. That I just wanted to make sure, since the manager was going to serve on that on our behalf. I would have asked a commissioner if it had been a commissioner, but that's the only question that I had. If you're ready, I'll make a motion to accept the
I'll second it.
Okay.
Motion to accept the consent agenda has been made by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mr. Coy. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to resolutions, put us to item number 10. Mr. Green. This is resolution authorizing adoption of required CDBG policies, programs, and procedures.
Yes, sir. With the, in the past, when y'all have had community development block grants, they're just standard policies, procedures, kind of templates that go along that you have to adopt. And they've been adopted for specific projects. This is basically the same templates, but just not project specific, but it will be for your economic development project, and then if there are following projects, you can basically just use the very same template, policies and procedures. The only one that's in this packet that you have not seen in the past is the last one, where is an assessment policy. The economic development, when you have to do an economic development application or a project, it requires that there be an assessment policy. This one basically is stating that for any business that comes into the Commerce Park, that they would be, there'll be a $500 flat fee that basically goes back towards the help we pay for the $750,000 is what it's doing. For a 5-year period, half of that will go to the state. The other half you keep. After 5 years, you keep all of it. And if you'll notice how it's written, if it's like a deal breaker, you can waive it. So you don't have to if it's going to break a deal as far as with a business coming in. And if the business hires 50% low to moderate income, you also can waive it. So again, that's the only policy that's there that basically you haven't seen before in your other CDBG projects. With the Community Development Block Grant, these are adopted in a place in the application. In your prior projects, it's done after the grant offer. So again, what's before you are requirements, and they're the templates provided by the state.
Mr. Green, any commissioner have any questions or comments for Mr. Green or staff?
The attorney, you look at this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're fine with everything?
Yes.
Okay.
The more we can streamline it, the better, it kind of looks like to me.
I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Yes, sir, entertain a motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and second, all in favor? Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate everything you do for us, Mr. Green.
Oh, thank you. I like that. You ask for get some grants, get awards. Thank you.
Make it happen. Moving on to resolution number 11, which is a resolution in support of the town of Topsail Beach submitting an application for a North Carolina Parks and Rec Trust Fund grant to develop a town center and park at 624 South Anderson Drive, Topsail Beach, NC. And I do not see Mr. Braxton here, but is there anyone on staff that needs to comment before we move on this item? I do think I think this is more or less a housekeeper from Orion to things and pass through. Any other commissioner have a comment on item number 11?
So excuse me, I think it's a good project, really.
I entertain a motion then.
Sounded like you just made one, doesn't it?
If that's a motion.
I'll make a motion.
A motion by Mr. McCoy.
And I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brown. We might hear this a couple times tonight. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 12, resolution authorizing approval of purchase order to NC Institute of Public Health, 61K. Mosier and Watson. I see Ms. Mosier.
I think Mitchell will trust me to handle this. I guess he has. Since
If it goes smoothly, you won't need Mr. Watson.
Essentially, every 4 years, the health department has to do a community health assessment, and 2014 is our year. So we have a proposal from the Institute of Public Health to do this, and we'll work with them, but they'll provide a lot of the services that we honestly don't have time for to have a very thorough report. And because of that, we have Medicaid maximization money that is revenue from Medicaid that is paid to us after our fiscal year ends. So there won't be any county dollars involved with this. It has to go back into the programs it was generated in. So obviously, this will include all of our family planning and maternity. It'll touch more than just those, but I wanted to be able to contract with them to provide this service for the health department.
Any questions, Vice Bishop, for Ms. Mosier or Mr. Watson?
Like the.
Hearing none, entertain a motion.
Make a motion.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously.
Now you can change hats to the Board of Health, because
Do we have to bang it? I want to bang it since that's what we got up here. We're now sitting as the other hat that we wear.
As the Pender County Board of Health, part of our accreditation process is that every year my job description is reviewed and accepted by the Board of Health. The advisory board has already looked at this and accepted it, but I need a formal with minutes, obviously, for our next accreditation. So this is that you have reviewed and accept my job description.
Like to also, anything that our representative might.
I was gonna jump up and make the motion.
Yeah,
That's how confident I am with things.
Sounds good to me.
Hearing none, then we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Mr. McCoy. All in favor?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Mosier.
Thank you.
We're now back as the Board of County Commissioners. And we're moving to item number 14. Mr. Newman, resolution approving adoption of the current North Carolina Fire Prevention Code 2009 IFC with North Carolina amendments to include all appendices, except for one now, I think, an inspection schedule found in section 106 of that code. Mr. Newman, we touched on this earlier.
That resolution was redone for appendix B, C, D, and F.
Duly noted in the record? Yeah.
And we have respectfully requested to remove appendix D. To give you a brief history, North Carolina adopted the fire code on January 1st, 1993. But there was no schedule that says that no mandatory mandates that says you have to do inspections. Well, after the Hamlet fire in Hamlet, the Imperial's food fire, September 3rd, 1991, they went and said that you will do mandatory inspections on a schedule. And they broke them down into 1 year, 2 year, 3 years inspection, depending on what the occupancy was. With that, you have got to submit an adoption or an ordinance to the state of North Carolina stating that you will have an inspection schedule to follow. In talking to Richard Strickland, one of the head guys with codes up there in North Carolina, or at the off-state fire marshal, the last time that we ever even submitted anything that they have on record was a commission meeting from Monday, July 1st, 1991. In talking to him, that does not suffice for what they are looking for as an inspection schedule and a code adoption. Biggest problem, we do want to adopt a code in the inspection schedule. If it is not being followed, the insurance commissioner can come down here and take over the inspection program for the fire marshal's office for a period of 2 years. So we definitely want to get this on the books and make sure that the fire marshal's office, as part of code enforcement, is following this inspection schedule and make sure it is with the state and up and current.
Any other commissioner have questions for Mr. Newman or anyone else on staff regarding this? Hearing none, I will accept a motion as requested here tonight by Mr. Newman that notes the corrections as well as what they wanted to pull out.
To remove Schedule D?
Yes, sir. The appendix D. Like I say,
I'm sorry.
it was originally written for all appendix, but I went back and rewritten it. I didn't know if Mr. Christian got it to you or not, but it was for B, C, D, and F, but we are pulling appendix D out of it.
Duly noted.
What we have to base on is what we got in the books last week, Friday, and that's what we're seeing here. So we're just going to need to amend it to remove D.
Yeah.
Okay. And you've already made the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Motion made, motion seconded. All in favor?
While I'm here, if I can, I'd like to thank Mr. Tyler Newman and Cameron Moore for actually the conversation we had this morning. I think it was very productive and look forward to working with you.
It sounds like you guys are going to get together in January, and this will be back before us at some in the near future, I would think. Is that fair enough, Tom?
Yes.
Okay.
With the planning department and other people, it needs to be necessary, but it's, we can make it more stringent, but we want to stay with what basic fire code allows based on occupancy. And for one, manpower, we just don't have the manpower to go any more than that. And based on today's code, we're having good progress with it and won't stay that way.
Fair enough.
We definitely won't get in the way of progress.
Fair enough. Item 15, you're on the podium, Mr. Collins.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Chief Josh Small sent his regrets. He's working today and unable to attend. He's been hammered with calls since about 4 o'clock. So basically, the truck they're wanting to sale, they've actually already sold the truck, and the finance company that they're looking at is still First Citizens at a 2.8% interest rate for 10 years. And really, they're still way under their 25% debt limit.
Saw
They're
that.
still at 18.5. So really, it really didn't require a approval, but he just for respect and wanted to make sure that he got, had the commissioner's approval.
I sit on the fire commission, and I hope to still sit on the fire commission after we assign boards. But I do appreciate the fact that the departments are still coming, even when it's isn't even really close. But they're not required to. It gets 25%. It's still the more business you do out in the open, you're really doing yourself a favor in the long run anyway. Yeah, that way you don't get the
I think it's just
assumptions made. It's good business.
That's a huge expense for taxpayers. So whether it's at 25% or not, we appreciate the fact that they come in and share that information.
Right to know it,
But it will improve their insurance rating. The truck that they're selling and the one they're buying will help improve that insurance rating. So, but you want to add anything else?
Josh had discussed it with me back about 2.5 months ago. He was thinking about doing this, and I didn't see a problem with it. But he said he wanted to make sure that the commissioners heard about it at the proper time.
I appreciate that. And I wasn't going to dwell on this because I'm ready to make a motion, but I don't know how they can improve the insurance rating. I don't get that part of it because it's already at the lowest it can be.
Well, no, it's not the lowest it can be, but it does improve it. They still haven't been rated yet on their substation.
Oh, so
And-
this will benefit the substation on the rating?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
That's what I was saying, that's our substation.
All right.
Yeah, they are moving along with that.
Yes, sir.
When will they have that substation?
I hope soon.
Right
They've
at
got
date,
a lot
so-
of the, I think they're still, Kyle, are we still good on most of the variances north?
Yeah, there's really nothing with our office that they're dealing with. There's some driveway permitting issues with DOT that they're working through, and we think that there might be a grant program through the state that the division office that Robert Voss runs is working with them. But yeah, there's nothing particularly with the county holding them up. It's really DOT.
So the ordinance.
I'm sorry, I was going to say they worked through all their issues with.
I haven't had an
with the
update
permitting?
in over a month, so I'm not exactly sure where they're at, but they started with our process, and I know that Robert Voss and his office were trying to work with Mr. Moss to get that stuff taken care of.
Yeah, there was one issue, a lot of times when you apply for a permit, then things that may have not been quite up to snuff can be opened. There was something with a sign at the property or something, but I think that's all going.
Yeah, and electrical for the garage door, but
Yeah,
it's
electrical,
small stuff.
I think is the one
that's
I
all
was
very
thinking.
minor.
Glad we're moving ahead. I entertain a motion.
Yeah.
I'd like to make that motion since they're in my area.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Thank you.
We certainly do appreciate that. Item 16, resolution authorizing approval to contract for primary care physician. Ms. Mosier.
Well, I think in your packet, I gave you enough background on our justification for wanting to bring on a part-time family practice physician. Also, statistics that show how Pender County is a little bit behind in the number of primary care physicians per population. I know that in the past that before I came, there had been some issues with having a physician on staff, but I believe all that has been resolved, and I brought this to the Advisory Board of Health in November, and wanted their endorsement, of which they gave, but I'm
Now,
sure.
Go ahead and say what you really want to say. She
Mr.
wanted
Brown.
The critic. If she could get past the critic, she had it made.
She's right.
That did include Mr. Brown, but anyway, I do feel like the time is right for the health department to move in this direction, especially with the Affordable Care Act, and whenever it does hit, we are going to have more patients than our community can handle. So I feel like this is going to be paid for in itself. We won't need any additional county dollars.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Say something before we make a motion here.
Yes, sir.
yes, I have been a critic in the past about some things, but what I like is the direction our health department's going through. And if she said that key word, this is going to pay for itself through fees. That has not been the case in the past. Therefore, that's the reason why I was such a critic of some of these things. I like the plan going forward, showing that we're billing for these services, we're receiving funding for these services, and it's not a burden on the county. So with that being said, I appreciate the job she's doing. This is one time that I can support this kind of endeavor. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion to support this resolution.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion items. Mr. Brewer, discussion regarding establishing a Historic Preservation Commission.
Thank you, Chairman, and again, Board, thank you. This item before you is certainly not requesting any action. Just really wanted a good discussion between staff and the Board to possibly look at moving forward with the Historic Preservation Commission in the county. I think that this is something that has been sought after for however many years. Really had not been any traction made with it, and I think we're prepared to discuss some items with the board this afternoon in potential looking at the budget year and some fiscal commitments that the county might have to do. Basically, in January of 2011, Pender County Planning and Community Development conducted a historic and architectural sites survey. This inventory identified 266 sites of historic and architectural significance to Pender County, which included items such as government buildings, Rosenwald schools, private houses, and battlefields. In evaluating the conditions of each one of those sites, many of the sites were found to be in poor condition and have been structurally deteriorated over time, and these were documented in some of the information that we got from the Historical Society, et cetera, when we were doing our inventory. And then also historical sites in the county that are no longer standing, which include the Belvedere Plantation House, which was documented as the first built house, I believe, in North Carolina, and then also 5 Rosenwald schools. We have a very strong following of Rosenwald schools in this county, and believe that we may have the most in the state currently. So that's a pretty big thing. Wanted to give you guys some of the benefits, and then also we'll go into some of the, I wouldn't say concerns, but things that need to be brought out and discussed. Along with the cultural and heritage benefits, historic preservation efforts have also been shown to add value to development. As you may recall, we were able to, just through coordination, save a portion of the Topsail Battery when a development proposal was coming through. We worked with the developer, went back to the planning board to revise their site plan, and hopefully they'll utilize that as a marketing tool. So adding value to development, increase of tourism, I think we all recognize that, an increase in property values, and also there's provided grant opportunities by having a designated community in which we would certainly seek. Historic Preservation Commission is the most comprehensive legal way of protecting local historical resources from degradation and destruction. The purpose is to safeguard the county's heritage by preserving the landmarks and embody important elements of its culture and history. Another good example of that would be Poplar Grove. Getting into some of the legal framework of it, a Historic Preservation Commission is responsible for recommending designation of local landmarks or districts, adopting bylaws and design guidelines that govern appropriateness determinations.
Can I stop you right there?
Absolutely.
It says recommending sites.
That's correct.
And would that also be recommending the review? I mean, it has to be. Are you saying it's going to be an advisory and a recommendation role that any historic preservation
That's
committee
correct.
would have,
So
but not any not any legal authority to tell somebody what to do with their property.
You would be the designating authority.
Okay.
So, and I think we'll get into this a little bit more, but essentially in HPC, once, if we looked at adopting a plan, we could start identifying sites, landmarks, or districts that would be historically significant to Pender County. Nobody else has to tell us that it's significant. If Pender County feels that it's significant, we can make the designation.
That's a big,
Sure.
that is a big concern I have, and also getting people on these commissions that don't have to answer directly
Yes.
to the people that pay the bills, and they can sometimes morph out of control.
That-
And I don't want us to go to that.
I understand. The HPC would be a recommendatory body. This board would still be the governing body and would still have the final say-so in designation. So if they wanted to designate this building, just for example, they would do a report, essentially, working with staff, signifying what features they felt it made it historically significant. If this board decided that they wanted to designate that as a site, then there would be regulatory things that would come with it, and that would all be based on the local jurisdiction. So we wouldn't have to follow a state template per se.
That's, please, Mr. Brown.
This could get sticky. I mean, and Kyle and I talked about this a little bit the other, back when we were talking about the Pender League thing.
That's correct.
You want a resource, you want a place to go to with a board with some expertise on it, and a place that can be a resource. The only thing, it's just starts scaring me a little bit when we start talking about dictating things to folks, especially if they already own a building. I would love to be able to say, I want to preserve that building, I want certain standards put in place. But if someone already owns it, where do we fall in the scheme of things there? I mean, does this board then have the authority with this HPC?
Yes, you would say, a good example might be, there might be a property out in the county that might hold a historically significant structure. The person might have bought the property for timbering, whatever. They could certainly go in and demolish that structure. Or if they wanted to use it for something else and wanted to put vinyl siding on it, per se. What the regulatory side of it would be is that they would have to come before the HPC for them to issue a COA or a certificate of appropriateness.
And I get that, but I guess I didn't know, go far enough. What about someone who presently owns, say, that particular building and we implement this?
That's correct.
Are they grandfathered to a certain extent, or do they fall under that category just because we make it happen?
Well, just remember that we would have to designate that site first. So there wouldn't be any grandfathering that we'd be looking at, but there would be a conscious effort by the county to designate prior to the regulatory effects coming into play. We would not be able to just go and pick and choose a site, apply regulatory standards, and then expect them to follow it. They would have a chance to say, no, I don't want this site.
So they have a say in whether their site
absolutely.
is part of that.
Well, yeah,
Sure.
yeah, because
That's what
where you're
concerned
going with that, if somebody buys some land,
Yeah.
they've made an investment, their money's tied up.
Absolutely.
I don't believe in yanking
Sure.
the carpet out from somebody. But there could be, hopefully there can be some advantages for this person buying into this.
Absolutely.
Some type of.
Sure.
Credit or
And just,
grant or
just
something.
as something to look at is, the 266 sites that we inventoried, if we created a historic preservation commission, 266 sites would not fall into historically significant properties, and we wouldn't be designating each one of those sites as historical. There's a very concerted effort that would be established by the local jurisdiction and run through the state for their recommendation before it even gets to this board to designate. So that's something to consider.
Because everything old is not necessarily
Absolutely,
historical.
sure.
Is that a fair statement?
That's absolutely correct.
But at the same time, we want to appreciate and preserve the things that we have, but still there's a sticky side to that too. You can't tell
You can
a
have a
man
balance.
who just spent a bunch of money to buy a piece of property that's really his property. To a certain, you know what I'm trying to say here.
Absolutely. Sure.
But it breaks your heart to see some of these properties just go into disarray, and you know it's a piece of history.
Right.
And there's not a thing in the world you can do about it.
Absolutely.
So be nice to have this organization as a resource that we can work with.
Well, I think that, working through the plan process, we could certainly go by guidelines as to what we want to look at first. Would be how I envision setting up a priority or some sort of criteria in which we would evaluate properties. But I'll go through this, and then this is good discussion. This is discussion that I've been requesting. HPC board members, made up of at least 3 members. We don't have to get into some of those details. And then members must be qualified or demonstrate special interest, experience, or education in history, architecture, archaeology, or related field. And that would be limited to a majority of that board would have to meet that criteria. An HPC is required before the county can designate local landmarks and districts as historic. So planning staff right now, we could not go to a site and say this is historic. An HPC would have to be established prior to us doing that. And then also an HPC is required before the county can become a certified local government, or CLG. And that's really the big criteria in which, if we wanted to start embarking on preservation efforts and to find any grant monies allow us to do that, we would have to be that CLG before we could move forward to be eligible.
And I may be putting the cart before the horse, but like I said, it gets back into, it can't just be good for one side, it's got to be good for the person that's invested the money in this
Absolutely.
property. So can these designations, as long as can it lead to, and I know I'm getting on down the road, but can it lead to them getting some type of tax benefit if they operate it or they maintain it in a certain way? Unless, nonprofits are different, I understand that,
Sure.
or like the Penderly Homestead, but is that even something that's on the table or is legal, I guess I should ask?
I'm not sure. That's something I'll certainly write down and get a response to.
You need the people that invest money to really want to have it, or are those types of dollars all may be, you have to follow a much more stringent thing? I don't know.
If you look at this, it looks like this is the first step you got to take for anyone to benefit in any way down the line. You first of all got to make this designation.
Sure.
So you've got to have this HPC for that designation to happen.
Yeah.
And once that happens, then if there is grant money or something for a nonprofit or whatever, or a group out there that could qualify for a grant or some money, just like the Penderly Homestead did, they would not have received that money had they not been on the national register.
That's correct. And another good example of that would be is if you owned a structure on your property, or a nonprofit did, they could apply for this grant funds through the county. The county could then receive 60% of that grant fund, and that other individual or agency could provide the 40% match. But we're not afforded that opportunity as of current.
You're not going to get anything until you have made it.
Absolutely.
But I guess Mr. Brown and I'm sure Mr. McCoy, and probably Mr. Tate and Mr. Ward are just a little leery of how far up this chain you go when outside influence are telling us what we can and can't do here in Pender County.
Sure.
And that just makes me, I like this. I'm glad we're having this discussion.
Sure.
But I'm playing devil's advocate.
Well, I know you are, but I also see a benefit to this.
I do. I do. I just don't want to get out of hand, that's all.
Oh, I know.
So there's, HPCs can recommend local landmark or local districts for preservation. Landmarks can be publicly or privately owned. With a district, such as the Penderly Homestead District, design regulations apply to the properties in addition to the base zoning regulations for that property. So there's where the element of going through the Unified Development Ordinance and creating historic districts, overlay districts, et cetera, would come into play. So if the county really felt that it was important to keep Penderly Homesteads as historically significant as possible, the county could develop design guidelines, zoning regulations that could be implemented into the ordinance to assure that. So just wanted to give an example of that. Once again, I think we've already touched on this a little bit. Local designations are made through the establishment of the HPC ordinance, which is adopted by the board. So everything that we go through a text amendment or a rezoning would come into play with this. So there wouldn't be anything that is designated without proper prior notice.
Just a quick question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way you could go into this with it being kind of a voluntary thing with the folks that have these properties?
Absolutely.
Actually volunteering to become a part of this?
Absolutely. If that's the direction that this board would want to take to establish this, then we certainly could. We set the parameters as a county.
Okay,
so.
I'll just.
I feel a little better about
Sure.
getting our feet wet that way.
Yeah.
Than saying, I could just see, you don't, like, I think, we had some gentlemen here a while ago alluded to the fact this economy is still pretty fragile, and I felt it now more than ever in my personal way I make a living here this last year and a half. We don't want somebody potentially going to invest money in here that say there's something on the site to go, whoa, now this is looming around the corner, and it scares somebody off. Just like we heard a phenomenal presentation about the Duke site readiness thing. And it talked about where our business part, I'm getting off here a little bit, but I'm going to get back, it's going to make a circle here. The Pender County section of that BASF site versus the New Hanover County section of that BASF site, where we had green, there was a big red there under the, when it talked about the differences in our special use permit and theirs. And I'm not picking on anybody else, but that's a deterrent.
Right.
That is a deterrent.
Right.
So, you bought me around as far as the historical thinking goes. We're working on the old Topsail High
Sure.
School. So everybody knows, most people know I've shifted gears in my thoughts with that a little bit.
And through this, as that could serve, just thinking out loud here, that could serve as a catalyst for some of the organizations or groups in the county to make the effort to purchase a property.
Well,
if they wanted to designate it, it would be their choice, and then we could partner with that organization.
Well, there again, same sword can cut you or help you, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because if someone wanted to purchase a piece of property and to go and receive some help on it, this has got to happen. They've got to be able to come to the county to designate this property in order to get the help that they want down the line, through their, as we talk about grants or any other kind of help that might be out there. So the reason I said something about it being kind of voluntary especially is because that's a great resource to have. I would love for all those folks to put those properties on this if they could, but I also recognize the fact that it's not in existence yet, and if someone went out and bought a piece of property, I have to give them that right to own that piece of property and kind of do with it as they legally see fit to do with it, without putting, this is kind of like another layer on there, but I see the time when this is a necessary layer for the folks that want to be a part of this, and for the county who wants these folks to be a part of that. So I think we've got some real potential here, and I think this is going to be a good thing for the county as long as we
Yeah, I think that's certainly a good place to start with, and evaluation after 3 years or whatever it might be, whatever we feel that it would look at would certainly be appropriate. I'm
not going to do anything after getting Mr. Williams on board to save the old Topsail High School. I'm not going to do anything to upset him right now.
I understand.
Now.
I know, like in Wilmington historical stuff, you can't even change a light bulb without asking them, can you?
That's correct, and we'll go through this right here. Once a structure or an area is designated as historic, property owners are required to obtain the COA from the HPC board, and that's what we just discussed is, if you wanted to change your siding that was historically significant to vinyl siding or whatnot, then you probably aren't going to get that COA issued by the board. So, that's things to consider, certainly. Once again, wanted to provide you the considerations, didn't want to just give you all of the fluff with this Historic Preservation Commission that it might entail. As we've talked about, designation can increase time and cost of development. The COA has to be issued before a building permit is issued. And then construction repairs usually require original materials. The HPC can deny a development application if it does not meet the design standards. The potential increase in property values may lead to a potential increase in property taxes. Got to put it out there. And then also, county preservation efforts would require funding. A lot of things that we come and ask for, try not to ask for money, but this would be something that we would be looking to you at budget season for some additional money. That money would go towards really developing a historic preservation plan, and then getting them a little bit of operating income per se to move forward with preservation efforts, whether that be through voluntary efforts that people are asking to be on Pender County's list, or if the county wanted to move in the direction of being a little bit more aggressive with it. At any point in the future, if we wanted to do that, it takes money. And then also, ongoing planning efforts, staff time, with the planning department staff would oversee the functions of this HPC. Not saying we would be requesting a sole staff member to run this, but it would take staff time. So, we've kind of gone through some questions, throughout the presentation here, and really, I think I just wanted a little bit of direction as to whether or not I need to put in a request at budget time to start an HPC in the county. We've gotten not pressure per se from the public, but I think this is something that has been overwhelmingly communicated to our department and certainly to you guys, the elected officials, in establishing. And what I would essentially want to do is put an RFP out there for a plan. Doesn't mean we have to fund it, but just to kind of get a baseline or a ballpark figure on what that plan would cost us. This is something that I would recommend that we sub out per se, and planning staff would not be doing this plan. That certainly would be my recommendation, even though it would take some dollars.
Any idea on what RFP might run, ballpark?
No,
I'm not gonna hold you to it if you don't want to tell me.
and I wouldn't even want to say that
That's
that
fair.
could be the major deterring factor. We don't have to necessarily have a plan to get started. If we wanted to establish an HPC, we would do so going through the legalities and resolutions, et cetera. But if it was a voluntary basis and we were only looking at these properties, we could start that way. But I certainly want to give you guys a accurate number, something that we can look at, for budgetary processes.
So I guess we're looking to nod to get out of the incubator stage and.
Yeah, well, it's very hard for myself and staff to assist the citizens that come into our office in these type of efforts, because we really have no avenues of resources to assist people.
I'd like to go get it to the next step. I think that's worth.
Sure.
I mean, we're not making a legal commitment to change anybody's status at this stage.
Sure.
So I'm certainly for exploring it some more.
I have a feeling that our biggest push on this is going to be your residential schools to account.
Thank you, Kyle.
That's it. If there's any follow-up questions, feel free to ask them or get them to me, and I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the item is appointments and a resolution approving appointment of commissioner to the Coastal Care County Commissioner Advisory Board. And we don't have anybody that was in the old capacity, but the other counties are appointing a commissioner. I don't know if anybody in this room, there's two commissioners that aren't here. I can't add another board. There's no way. I mean, I think our accrued attendance level at boards is interesting anyway. We can't go to all of them. None of us can. And I can't speak for the other two commissioners. if I'd have thought, I didn't realize, I should have said something to Mr. Norman earlier. I don't know, unless one of you guys want to step up for this, I don't know how we could,
Well,
we
we've
can.
had this discussion before. That's the reason why we ended up asking Mickey to step up to the plate and attend on our behalf.
Yeah, and, I'm not comfortable certainly appointing somebody that's not here. To it, but to the best of my knowledge, if we were going to appoint somebody other than our manager, and I think they're specifically requesting a commissioner, but I don't think state law requires that.
Yeah, I believe this, and Mr. Norman's here, I believe it is under 122C. But now this will be less frequently. This will only meet, I believe, Mr. Norman, I believe you told me no more than 4 times per year at their pleasure. So it'll hopefully meet less frequently. It may have to meet more than that, but we're meeting once a month with our board, so this certainly would not obligate you. Feel free, if you need to.
Please, just for a minute. Or if either Mr. Tate or Mr. Ward is interested in this, I don't know that. They might be.
Let me explain. The Coastal Care Board amended their bylaws so that the area board could have county manager rather than commissioner. This is entirely different. In the 2013 General Assembly, they made a revision to General Statute 122C, and they added a section about the establishment of a county commissioner advisory board. Okay, that's right. And they did so. See, we are kind of in a unique position. Some of the programs across the state, like East Carolina Behavioral Health, which is in the northeast part of our state, has 19 counties. And so therefore, they can't have 19 commissioners sitting on the board. You can only have 21, and there's a lot of other categories you have to cover. So the General Assembly came up with this idea of for commissioners and for counties to continue to have some level of involvement. They created this separate county commissioner advisory board. And so these folks are just advisory to the area board and to me. All it says is that they meet regularly. So I don't know what that means. So it'd be up to really the 5 individuals who are appointed from our 5 counties to determine how often they wanted to meet. In fact,
they're still going to be, in all practicality, going to be turning to the
that's what I would
board
say.
For advice. Just like,
yes,
more times than not, we're going to be going to our health advisory board. Right. And the commissioner that sits on that, then we are sitting up here as the.
I think the other 4 counties, they were just thinking, well, we've already got a commissioner there, so that is our advisory board. And they're going to board meetings, so there may not be any need for anything additional. But it is in statute.
Okay, it's not a once a month thing, that kind of thing.
Well, let me make
In
sure.
the middle of the day on Wednesday when you're in the way out.
Advisory board as a board here, or just one commissioner?
So it's one commissioner. It is a commissioner from each county in
Makes up
the
that
catchment.
advisory board?
Yes, sir.
So how many commissioners are you gonna have on that advisory board?
5. We have 5 counties.
You said you had 21?
Well, I was talking
I know
about.
you were talking about something that, what was the 21 for?
Well, the 21 is the maximum number of individuals that can be a part of the area board by statute.
All right.
I'm hunting some volunteers to meet a couple times a year.
Lord, I was gonna have to ask to shed 1 or 2 tonight myself.
I was just hoping getting out of here, keeping what I got.
Yeah.
So where do you meet?
You know, I don't know that I can really answer those questions because this group hasn't gotten together
as needed or as required.
It'll be between the 5 of them as to how they want to make this happen.
But they'll let people know, I mean.
I'll propose somewhere in Hampstead. See if they want.
Well, typically when we have meetings, we try to make it somewhere in between. So that's why we have a lot of our meetings in Surf City.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll let's put. I'll if you will put me on there, I'll sign up for that one, and we'll see how it goes. And you guys know when I may be coming back, but you understand
Yes, sir.
the situation that we're in.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for volunteering.
I guess we need to make a motion to.
Well, unless in the next meeting you want to talk to Jimmy and Chester and see,
Does this have to be done tonight? I want to double check on that.
No, it does not.
let's make a decision on this in the next meeting, if that's okay. That way we've got all 5 commissioners.
I'd rather do that.
And maybe
Okay.
you're not stepping up too late if you don't have to, because if one of the 2 of them would be willing to do this, maybe explain to them it's an advisory role, or it's an advisory board with the 5 commissioners from representing the 5 counties. And if no one wants, if neither of those are able to do it, then you can step up.
It's not a fact of wants, it's a fact of time management, which is getting more
But
challenging.
we'll definitely we'll table this till the next meeting.
Yeah, we're going to table this item, Mr.
It's
Norman.
got to be done by January then, right? Last part of it.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item, which is item 19. Boards, committees, commissions on which commissioners currently serve, annual review, modify, and sometimes et cetera. I'm okay to stand pat on mine, Mr. McCoy.
One that don't
I
have
know
any
you-
info, I'm
I'll
on
save
the
you.
animal shelter, it's not down there. I'm on the animal shelter. Advisory committee.
And also I made a mistake about Mr. Boyd being on the
RPO, that,
RPO. He's not, as our former chairman pointed out to me.
we actually have 2 commissioners representing Pender County on that board, the RPO. And I actually fill in for you sometimes on the MPO. So I would like to be reappointed to that position on the RPO. Okay? I had resigned that position with the understanding that I would be reappointed to that position.
Yeah, I recall that.
Now, I am attending this meeting. I know there's a note in there, something about, somebody sent you about the meetings, but, yeah. Mr. Brown and I both will be on that.
So can we officially, will you officially make a motion to, we went through we're reappointing, so.
Yeah.
You want to be reappointed to the boards that you are on in addition to the reappointment on the RPO. Is that a fair way to state it? Okay, and I'm okay with the boards that I'm on right now. Mr. McCoy made the clerical, or I won't say clerical, but just he's also on the animal shelter. Having said that, unless Mr. Ward or Mr. Tate come back, I'm assuming we'll all press on with the boards that we were on, and this can all be modified at another time, but.
That's what I was gonna say, we can change it later.
Yeah, January.
So I'll take a motion for these boards.
I'll make the motion for to adopt this as it
Second it.
is, set with the changes that we spoke of.
Yes, including the RPO and housekeeping for Mr. McCoy. Is that a second?
Yeah.
Motion is second. All in favor? Now I'm gonna have a little fun with Jimmy and tell him we appointed him to several of them before he gets.
You're not here to get appointed.
That's what he gets for not being here. He's on 4 more boards. Okay, the next item is going to be item 20, a resolution authorizing approval of appointment to the Pender County Board of Adjustment.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Is that the quickest we ever went through that previous resolution on boards? I've seen it take 2 or 3 meetings to get those boards straightened out.
Well, that's about as quick as you can get through that. Okay, Ms. Pridgeon. Board of Adjustment. We have, I know Mr. Pullen has applied.
Mr. Pullen and Mr. Thompson.
I can't make a motion or a second, and that is, how many positions for the record are open?
Those 2.
Just those 2.
You only got one put in for each one?
Yep. I know Mr. Pullen quite well, have for most of my life. Go to church with him.
I know Mr. Thompson.
And
Mr. Thompson can only serve
1 more year.
1 more year. I'm certainly good with all those. I can't make a motion, but I'm certainly.
I'll make the motion for the both, if that's okay.
Yeah.
For both of those gentlemen to be reappointed to those positions.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Mr. Thompson's a long-time surveyor.
That's where I know that name. Okay. All right, we have progressed the items from the county attorney.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I've received a couple of items that literally were handed to me today. One is there was a suit filed against the county and our former tax attorney regarding a foreclosure that had taken place. I got confirmation from the plaintiff's attorney they will be dismissing the county from the case, so I don't have to bring a motion to get us dismissed and say all kinds of mean things about them, about why we never should have been in the case to begin with, because we never had title to the property. It's basically a quiet title action, and we never had title to the property because it was bid in at the tax foreclosure. So that, again, those parties need to work out who owns it amongst themselves, but the county will be getting out of that case. Also, in the matter of the Health Department Kennedy appeal, I got the order from the judge today affirming that falsifying a timesheet is not just cause to terminate under the state personnel policy. It is my recommendation to the board that we pursue that appeal to the Court of Appeals. And frankly, I know, and I'm not trying to take a stand particularly, but if that's the law, people need to know that that's the law, and maybe it needs to get looked at if that's the law, as you get to falsify your timesheet and effectively steal from the taxpayers, and you can't be fired for that.
Could I say something here?
Please.
Just plain and simple, I have a lot more faith in our North Carolina State Appeals Court. I'm ready to take it to them.
I am too. I mean, that is an absurd position that we're in.
All the more reason why I like this new Health and Human Services reorganization and putting these folks as county employees rather than being, having to comply with the state personnel.
Yeah.
You've been waiting to say that for a long
Yes,
time,
I
haven't you?
And one other item, we just, so you know, because these may come to you in the future, as the sort of, now that with the Health Advisory Board being more of the advisory status, we had a situation where there was a failing septic system. I met with Mr. McVeigh last week, and he was keeping Ms. Moser in the loop. She had to be somewhere else, but I made a rather blunt phone call to some people, and lo and behold, they were able to get together and get it all worked out today. I want to thank Ms. Moser and Mr. McVeigh for keeping that done and allowing me to step in at a point before we were forced to go to court. You know, we were able to work it out without that, and that's certainly always going to be our intent on those. And I just want to let the board know that I said I've got to come to you for the permission to move ahead, but so on some of these failing septic systems, and this, you know, especially with a business, you don't need people going out and, you know, having things coming up out of the ground. And, you know, so we're dealing with that, and there may come a time where somebody doesn't respond. And, you know, that was when I said to Mr. McVeigh, I said, look, this isn't a poker game. We're not going to bluff them. You know, we need to know that we're ready to go ahead. And he said, and he had everything lined up, and we were ready to proceed. And I would have brought it to you had they not worked it out. I mean, literally today, they got it done, and that was within their timeline to get it. Now, they got to actually follow, you know, things still have to happen. They have to make the appropriate steps, but I'm just keeping the board apprised. There could be some of those that are out there that we have no choice but to move ahead on those.
Well, I think this board, ever since I've been on it, and hopefully it will continue, notices of violation, our desire is compliance. Nothing beyond that. But folks have to know that we're serious if they continue in non-compliance, that we'll do whatever we have to do. But no, we don't want to go out and because most of the time somebody's in non-compliance is just because they keep putting it off, or there's something else going on, but you just have to do it. And that's our code enforcement, that's our other items. We want them to comply, but they do need to know that they can't just keep turning their nose up at it. That if they don't comply, then we'll have to take the next step that we really don't want to take, but they have to know that it's there. So, thank you.
I also have a couple items for closed session.
What numbers?
And
I can't make, I've been doing that for a long time, so somebody else
Did I
might make
inherit
close
this?
to
3, 4, and 5. And that'll cover what we need to go over.
See, I shedded one
You
responsibility.
pulled one on me, didn't you?
I got you. That's what goes with that chair right there.
All right.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, do have a certificate of appreciation to present to the board tonight. The Marine Corps League presents a certificate of appreciation to Pender County for the support of the Hampstead Detachment 1321 Annual Pig Picking Event fundraiser. Your support has provided our detachment the opportunity to continue the high school scholarship program and to continue assisting Marines and Navy corpsmen in our community who are in transition from active services. Hampstead Detachment 1321, Roger Wolf, Commandant. So this is for you, and this was delivered by the clerk of court to my office this week, and I'd asked him if he wanted us to put on an agenda and have a formal presentation. He said, no, just put it under my items, and that was good with the court to go ahead and present this way. So I want to hand that over to our chairman at this time on behalf of the Marine Corps. The other thing I have briefly is signed, sealed, and delivered jail contract with the escrow agent and money in escrow that our finance officer, assistant manager, took up there on Monday. So that contract has been signed, sealed, and delivered.
I was glad to hear from you on that, because until it was signed, sealed, and delivered, I wish I had been working on that for a couple of years, haven't we, Mr. Sheriff?
Yes, sir.
I know you're happy to move forward.
Mr. Chairman, we're in the process right now. Butch is going to go ahead and pre-audit to make sure that pre-audit's not the right word, but to look over the Mosley contract that was extended to make sure all the paperwork's in order with what we're trying to do. And I've looked it over. It looks good to me. Once that approval's given, we'll give Mosley the right to move forward according to the resolution.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to insert, our manager was going well above and beyond to be sure he did get the signatures, having been an old real estate man. The only thing I was worried about that he might get accused of stalking, because he was trying to wait for the sellers in this case. I think he was hiding in the bushes near the houses to be sure he got the signatures done. And I just want to give him full credit for that, of making sure that did take place.
Well, they had to go to lunch with your last year. I'll be able to do that, go to lunch with my son who's in 5th grade, and 2 of the family members were sitting across from me. We were sitting in the elementary school cafeteria, and I couldn't help myself. I had to bring it. So I got a sharp elbow from my wife to the right on that, but yeah, Mickey, good job on that. I know you've earned your keep on that one.
Well, hey, I think it turned out pretty good, because you got it finished just in time for the new chairman, didn't you?
I did. You was driving pretty hard too on that, though.
That's nice.
We're all glad to see this happen.
Needs to be done. Is that it?
That's all I have.
Mr. McCoy?
I have I'm always harping on the animal shelter. I know, but we had the grief we went through the first of the year. Ms. Moser and I went out there last week, and I am really impressed with that animal shelter and the very few dogs around there. I'm amazed they've adopted them out. They found people that are adopting the dogs, and they got them online. And I invite all of you to go out there and look yourself. It's clean. It's just really doing a good job out there.
My mom and dad's a next door neighbor. I went there yesterday. My parents looked over, and the visible fence signs were in their yard. She had just adopted a dog.
I tell everybody, if you need a dog, adopt one. There's so many dogs that people are doing that now. More and more people realizing those dogs need a home, and a lot of good dogs. That's it.
How about talking
Mr.
to
Former
my
Chairman.
daughter? She will not. My daughter got a puppy the other day. Found someone that put this puppy out. She wasn't close enough to see who it was, but she just watched. They put something out beside the road, coming down on a little rural road. Sure enough, it was a puppy. She picks the puppy up, and I told her, I only have 4 dogs at the house that have come from the shelter. And I told her, go ahead and take it to the shelter. No, she waited till the next day. Then she waited until the next day. We have a new addition to the family now.
One more, we can call you Dog Man.
Yeah.
There's one in every community.
I want you to Jewel is really doing a good job as a manager out there. She's really doing she's rescued in the past so many animals, and she knows all about how to find people to adopt them. And
Well, I'm looking forward to this, for the accommodations, or, with the folks with the horses,
Mhm.
the horse rescue.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good thing too.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. Nothing really, just wanted to say for the Marine Corps League, they gave us this certificate of appreciation. I appreciate that. It means a lot to me, so could you get up with these folks, let them know we thank
Sure
you
will.
for this?
We can get a small frame and put it
Yes.
somewhere.
Yep. Anytime we can work with our armed services and get some appreciation like that, that's nice.
Anything else?
Nope, that's all I've got, other than congratulations.
Slash condolences at
There
the
you
same
go.
time, right? I'll do my best. It's been a while since I've sat in this chair as chairman. You always learn a lot, sitting in the chair, and then you learn a lot not sitting in the chair.
hot spot. isn't it?
Yeah, it can get a little warm sometimes, but I got pretty thick skin. Thank you, Stephanie. I'm always the first one to call you when I don't understand something or question something, and you always reply back cordially. And I want to tell you thank you for your article this morning. That was a good article. So it's a two-way street, just like I promised you. So thank you for that. Was a good article, and I've already got quite a few comments on that. So thank you much. Equestrian, I've gotten some good feedback on the horse. Being able to board some horses temporarily out there. I guess it's going to be more or less, we call it a temporary stable, for lack of a better word. I'm sure you guys raise that money pretty quick.
Yeah, I've already had people calling, so when they can start donating, say, yes, really, it's gonna be a good.
And we're going to be looking for help building some dugouts and things for the new field, as was mentioned in the article today, named after Hooley Smith. And that's all I have right now. Thank you, gentlemen, for your support. I'll lean on you. Yes, sir.
If you don't mind, I failed to bring something with me today I needed to bring with me. Our planning staff got some, it was quite a, you had to read the article, but it was the Wilmington Business Journal, I believe. Did you read the article? They were talking about the UDO and the planning staff here in Pender County. And it's nice when you have a county like New Hanover County acknowledging that we have a great plan in place, and they look to us and say they admire what we've done, and that it's a plan worth copying for other counties. So I wish I'd have brought that article so I could read it. I did read it the other night. Chris May showed me the article with the cod, and I just wanted to say to Kyle and his folks, once again, it makes all of us look good. Thank you so much, because the New Hanover County says you've got a good plan, a good document, and it makes us all feel good about where we're at.
I just told Carolyn she was doing such a good job, maybe she wanted to stay for a second.
Do what?
I said, I was just telling Carolyn she was doing such a good job, I was wondering if she wanted to stay for the 7 o'clock.
And we will be back in here in time for the 7 o'clock, folks.
Yep. Are you ready?
Please.
Okay.
Make a motion for closed session.
I know this is the first time I've done this. I'm following some big footsteps here, so let me make sure I do this right. Okay. I make a motion that we go into closed session under items 3, 4, and 5. Do I need to say anything else?
Nope.
Then there's your motion.
Can I get a
I'll
second?
second it.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Going to closed session. We'll be back by 7 o'clock.
See there, George?
Well,
wasn't sure if you were already loading up on caffeine. I did, that's my second night, good.
They're still set up under our, it is switching?
No, we've been switching. We will switch.
I guess I could read his email right now, ain't I?
No, if you're not lucky, no, I don't think you're.
No, I'm just,
Answer, yeah, if you answer them.
no, I got enough mowing, I don't choose to. No, generally, I don't do that, I'm just having a little free time, so look at it. I know that tends to be the.
Where is the soil? What is wrong with it? It's a big, heavy wool sweater. It works.
They just, oh, here, Judge. Every now and then start.
Am I what?
reading, Judge.
Judging.
I got a new pair.
Judging what?
Make myself, come around, I'll keep around the old.
Doing an Eagle Scout presentation.
What is it?
Yeah, you'll read
Am I
all the
judging?
proclamation where it is, and here's two photos. The light was kind of bad.
Couldn't help.
The way it was tired and late today, and I was like, here's a proclamation, a resolution in your honor. I didn't even try to read it, because I was so.
Did you see it's been probably every 6 months to a year, I don't know, I'm looking at the phone, trying to read.
Thank you. Make sure it goes straight.
Oh,
Okay, you're good.
look like, oh.
Can we take a picture of my cell phone and send it to you? This was an Eagle Scout ceremony, so the light was kind of low anyway.
Look nice.
And I was tired.
Does it look okay?
Yeah.
Feels good.
Cold?
Yes, sir. But I'm always cold.
Turn your mic off so we can't hear your teeth chatter.
Thank you.
We're at it, so.
Thank you, Ashley. Here, brush on your, that's just leave it.
I'd like to open the 7 o'clock portion of our meeting. We've got some public hearings, we've got some special use permits. You got sign-up sheets, Mr.?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, folks, for coming this evening. We're going to go right into the resolution, and we have item 21. Mr. Brewer, I believe you are coming up. Request approval of the zoning map amendment for a conditional rezoning from RP residential performance to RACD rural agriculture. I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you, Mr.
Ashley coming up.
Chairman, if this is okay, I think we're set up through IT with the number of cases we have. If we can keep it to our efficiency of moving back and forth, we're going to do it this way if it's all right. Okay. EFS Properties LLC is requesting approval of a zoning map amendment for a conditional rezoning of approximately 55.69 acres from RP Residential Performance to RA Rural Agricultural Conditional District. This is for the specified use of non-metallic mining and quarrying as specified by NAICS Code 2123. The mine will be limited to extraction of sand material through an approximately 12.7 acre borrow pit. The subject property contains approximately 55.69 acres and is located along the north side of NC Highway 210, approximately 3,400 feet northeast of the intersection of Shaw Highway and NC 210 in Rocky Point. According to the applicant's submitted site plan and supporting materials, the site will contain several areas associated with the sand excavation. These areas as depicted within Table 1, which is indicated in your staff report, excuse me, will contain areas for temporary sediment collection, stockpile areas, and the pit excavation area. Adjacent to the excavation area will contain an office, construction trailer for on-site staff when the mine site is active. Ingress and egress to the site will utilize a driveway connection to NC Highway 210, which will be subject to review and approval from DOT. It is anticipated that the mine excavation will commence and be active for approximately 3 years. The state mining application, which is labeled as Attachment 1 in your report, is requesting a 10-year approval. This was mutually established by the planning board and the applicant during the public hearing last month that this would be conditioned for 3 years, and I'll go over the conditions when we get to that point. Excavation activities will be limited to a front-end loader and truck, as there will be no explosives used on site. The maximum depth of the mine, as indicated in the report, would be 20 feet below the natural ground level. This is another point in which was discussed and mutually established during the planning board as a condition, which has been reduced. I'll go ahead and skip to the conditions just so you're aware of these. The planning board recommendation, the planning board, after holding a public hearing, voted 4-1 recommending approval of the application with the addition of condition 9, which prohibits the dewatering of the excavation site utilizing pumping mechanisms, and a revision to condition number 3 limiting the approval time frame from 10 years to down to 3 years. According to the Pender County UDO, a public input meeting must be held with the adjacent property owners to discuss concerns and evaluate mitigating factors that may be conditioned with the application. On September 25th, 2013, Mr. Charles Kazier, professional engineer, held the required meeting at the County Administrative Building. Pender County planning staff was present. The meeting was attended by 4 individuals, in which the main topics brought up for discussion were effects to wells within the area, concerns of depth of mine, values of adjacent properties, and the intention of future site use. As a resultant of the meeting and comments, the applicant has proposed to reduce the maximum mine depth from 30 feet to 20 feet. Also has been stated that resultant of the mine will be a pond feature that could be utilized for future residential development on the tract. As a criteria for conditional rezoning request, mutually established conditions must be met between the applicant and the county for the project. Staff has met with the applicant to discuss the project and review proposed conditions, which are identified in evaluation item number F. 2010 comprehensive land use plan compliance. The property is classified as rural growth. The rural growth classification is defined as areas of Pender County where urban services, for example, public water and sewer services, are not expected to be extended within the planning horizon. Rural growth areas are where preservation of agricultural operation is a primary concern, where conflicts between agricultural and non-agricultural uses are to be discouraged. Uses that would typically be allowed in the rural growth areas include very low density residential development on 1 acre greater size lots, agriculture, forestry, churches, very limited non-residential uses, commercial, office, or public or institutional, meeting locational criteria. Locational criteria for non-residential uses in rural growth areas include frontage and access to a major state highway or secondary road, location at a major rural intersection, proximity to similar existing non-residential uses, and spatial separation from non-compatible uses, such as existing residential development. The subject site does have direct access to NC Highway 210, and other non-residential uses in the surrounding vicinity include timber, forestry management, and other various non-residential uses within the immediate vicinity of NC Highway 210 and Shaw Highway. There's 2 policies specifically that would address the proposal before you, Policy 1A15 and Policy 3A13. The conditions that were mutually established and discussed and previously mentioned. Maximum depth of the pit or excavation area is limited to 20 feet in depth, which is measured from the natural ground level. Hours of operation shall be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Mining extraction activities on site shall be limited to 3 years. Material mined or extracted shall be limited to sand only. And then the other conditions that are typically applied to a conditional rezoning or a special use permit. And also, as shown on the site plan for the project, a no disturb buffer of at least 100 feet shall be maintained around the permitted pit or excavation area. The applicant is here to answer any questions from the board, and of course, staff can answer any questions should you have any.
Any questions from any commissioner? Commissioner Brewer right now with that.
How far from the road, that Shaw Highway, how far would it be to where they can mine a part, about 50 feet or so?
It's approximately 500 feet,
Okay.
Commissioner. Yes, sir.
But that could affect the road, I'm sure. The 500 feet?
Yeah, yeah. As you'll notice on the site plan, this area up front, as well as the buffers shown here, this is approximately 500 feet from the road to the pit or excavation area. And then according to the state mining permit, they have to maintain at least a 100-foot buffer from property lines.
Any other questions, commissioners? Hearing none, do we have any sign-ups other than the applicant for this?
I believe it's, Jim, are you with the application on this? Then I think it's just the applicant and engineering.
Applicant have anything to add? Okay, then we won't, well, we still have to open it and ask, I would assume.
Yes.
And anybody have any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Make a motion?
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving to item 22, public hearing and resolution requesting a special use permit.
Chairman, I'll need to swear people in for this.
Yes, if you're going to speak on this item, please come and be sworn in.
Anyone that signed up and thinks they may wish to speak, just come up now and be sworn or affirmed, please. We've got more sign-ups, and if you're not sworn, you cannot speak.
Just for this?
Pardon? Just for this? This is just for this application.
For this item, yes.
Number 22.
You don't have to speak. You can just still, may as well.
Solemnly swear testimony given this evening is the truth, the whole truth, so help you God.
If you haven't participated in a special use permit, it's a little different from a rezoning. Basically, we're sitting up here in a quasi-judicial manner, we're almost like a jury, whereas conditions are met or they're not met. It's really not based on what we feel or what our personal opinions are. It's incumbent upon the applicant to meet conditions, and either they meet or they don't, and we deny. So we're going to ask you to speak to the commissioners and staff. I know some folks feel strongly about some items, but we want to make sure that we stick to the task at hand here, and that is this permit. I know there's some other things that have happened, and so that's what we ask of you, and be respectful with each other. I have nothing to add to that unless anybody else does. So let's hear the presentation, and then we'll go to the sign-ups, please, Kyle.
Thank you, Chairman. Special use permit before you. The applicant is requesting the approval of a special use permit for the construction and operation of outdoor storage area for boats, trailers, and vehicles for the homeowners of Grand Oaks community and the general public, as well as an outdoor tennis facility. The site currently contains a gravel parking area, storage containers, chipping and putting greens, and a pump house. Directly to the north of the subject property is the Grand Oaks Golf Driving Range. These amenities service those living in the Grand Oaks community as well as the general public, as this property is conveyed on map book page, book 33, page 63 as future development, which is identified as attachment 2 in your packet. According to the applicant's submitted documents, the proposed tennis court and the temporary storage facility directly adjacent to the tennis court will service the Grand Oaks community and the general public. However, it must be noted that though the site is open to the public, priority is given to residents of the Grand Oaks community, mainly for boat, trailer, and vehicular storage. That's labeled under Attachment 3 in your packet. The proposed use accesses directly from Pine Village Drive, a private road maintained by the residents of Grand Oaks community. Pine Village Drive intersects with NC Highway 210 in Rocky Point. The applicant indicated in a conversation with staff on December 6th that instead of a concrete slab for the tennis court, as noted in the narrative, the applicant would like to use asphalt as a material for two reasons. One, easier on the feet, and two, may serve as an additional parking facility. This is a deviation from the original narrative submitted. The property is located on Pine Village Drive, directly south of NC Highway 210 in Rocky Point. There is one tract associated with this request, totaling approximately 3.14 acres. The subject property is classified as suburban growth, according to the 2010 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Suburban growth land use classification identifies those areas of Pender County where significant residential growth is expected to occur within the planning horizon. Specific areas designated as suburban growth are located primarily adjacent to municipal planning jurisdictions and within or near high-growth unincorporated areas of the county. For example, Hampstead, Scotts Hill, Rocky Point, portions of US 421 South. Suburban growth designates areas where public water and public sewer are available or are planned in the near future. There's no conflicting policies with the application as submitted. There are a couple of goals or policies that may support it. And there's a couple of environmental things. Just wanted to point out that through review of the NC Division of Coastal Management, there are no areas of environmental concern, including wetlands or inland waters. Property buffers, the applicant is proposing a 25-foot buffer between the subject property and the northern border along Pine Village Drive and the existing Grand Oaks golf driving range. 10-foot buffer is proposed surrounding the western, southern, and eastern property lines. These adjacent properties are vacant and zoned RP. Based on the proposal, the surrounding impact on adjacent properties will be minimal. However, all buffers will be reviewed at the time of site development plan submittal. Directly to the north of the property is the Grand Oaks Golf Driving Range, servicing those in the Grand Oaks community and the general public. The property which borders the western and southern boundaries is wooded and undeveloped, owned by the applicant. The Grand Oaks Homeowners Association owns the undeveloped property to the south and east of the property, originally platted as future development. The current proposal does not include any restroom facilities. However, at the time of submittal for a site development plan, adequate services must be provided if there are any additional requirements of a restroom facility. This approval would be contingent upon Pender County Utilities and/or Pender County Environmental Health. That's really what staff has for the report. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be more than happy to answer them. I believe the applicant is here to answer any questions as well.
Hear from the applicant. Just for the record, again, when you come up, please state your name and address for the record. And there's folks that watch this later as well. No, sir, to the podium. Yeah, I think we're streaming live now, so move that.
My name is Eloy McIntyre. I reside at 309 Pine Village Drive in Rocky Point. I am the applicant for this special use permit. And I ascertain your question.
Questions right now? So no questions for the applicant as well.
You didn't have anything to say, you just wanted to know.
Oh, okay. A couple of things, and a couple of reasons why I'm proposing this. As during the last 5 years, we had several of the residents in the area that had boats and trailers, which is not allowed on the individual lots. So they had to remove them from the area based on the covenants. I have one individual in the community that has a boat that's just moving in that has requested facilities at the facility. I also had another individual that have a motor home that asked if he could park it at the driving range, but I'm not allowed to do that by covenants according to the code officer, unless I have open storage area there. And so I propose to.
You said according to the code enforcement officer, what covenants are you talking about? You talking about your homeowners association
No,
covenants?
this
The county covenant?
No, this is for the driving range. This is commercial property. He asked if he could park his mobile home there, but I talked with the code office. He said unless it was a deeded lot, I could not park anything on there.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay?
I got you.
Okay, so he wasn't allowed to do, he had to find another place to park his travel home. So I've got one individual already that have a boat. I got one individual there that have a travel home that would like to park up in the area. I've also got 34 other lots to be developed, but I don't know what their requirements may be in the future. So I'm sort of trying to prepare, or look ahead and prepare for those that may be coming in, or those that have boats that may want to bring them back to have facilities there for them. The reason why I put the tennis court portion on is because we have, the only recreation area we have in the facility is the golf driving range. And there's a lot of people that come in and ask me, are we going to have tennis courts, or are we going to have swimming pools or other things? So right now, the only plan is to maybe perhaps add a tennis court to one side. I was making it a double open storage. So you see it's 100 by 100 for 10 spots for parking. The tennis court I put in, I was going to have another 10 spaces there. So I set it there so if in the future there's a requirement for additional space, that we could open that up to parking, and we could put in a tennis court in one of the open spaces of the homeowners association if they so desire. But that is the reasoning for the submission of this permit.
No other questions for the applicant? Can we go to the sign-up sheet?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Attorney?
And again, if you signed up but were not sworn in, we'll just have to pass over you. Nancy Carrule.
I would like to defer speaking to the Oak Ridge Homeowners Association president in my stead, and I will speak after him, if that's all right. So I can be the second rather than the first.
That's fine.
I'd rather speak after the.
Is that okay?
Okay. Brent Burgard.
If you have anything different.
And if someone's, covered what you wanted to say, you feel free to stand up and say, I agree with them, or don't, but if you got something to add, we certainly want to hear that, but.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Can't see anymore.
For the record, please state your name, address, et cetera.
Good evening. My name is Brent Burgard, and I am the president of Oak Ridge HOA. My purpose tonight is to oppose the special use permit for an outside storage area and tennis court at the south end of Pine Village Drive. This public open storage area and tennis court is not wanted nor needed in Oak Ridge. The resident that has the motor home no longer wants to park it there if it's public. We have that from his mouth. The residents of Oak Ridge do not want more commercial traffic usage in Pine Village Drive. The developer of Grand Oaks has turned this private road over to Grand Oaks HOA, of which he is also the president and board of directors of Grand Oaks HOA. So the developer and the president of Grand Oaks are the same person. We have already endorsed construction equipment during completion of Oak Ridge 2 a few years back. This subdivision was for 29 lots, and 28 of them are still there. Presently, Oak Ridge residents are losing sleep with logging trucks and equipment going up and down Pine Ridge Drive throughout the night and early mornings. On the 23rd of November this year, I addressed the noise and the wear and tear for Pine Village Drive to Mr. McIntyre at a budget meeting. Mr. McIntyre said that he built the road and he would use it for whatever he needed to. I asked him that could he take the road back for his construction company, just turn it back over to his construction company, and then he would be responsible for the damage and not the residents. I wasn't surprised that he refused to do that.
Could I?
Yes, sir.
ask a question here? This is a little confusing. Does he own the road?
No, sir, he turned it over to Grand Oaks HOA, which he is the president of the board. We are Oak Ridge. We are a subunit of Grand Oaks. There's three.
So Grand Oaks actually owns the road, the HOA owns the road?
Yes, sir. Grand Oaks
And he's the
owns it.
president of the HOA?
Correct.
Okay, so they had to give permission for the log trucks to come in and out?
He has all the votes. There's no other voice really in Grand Oaks that matters. The bottom line is the wear and tear on Pine Village should be caused by the residents, not public, especially in the use of an additional enterprise at the end of Grand.
One more question. Who pays for the upkeep on the road?
Is there something bad for the road? Grand Oaks will pay for it, but the only residents in Grand Oaks right now are in Oak Ridge and Pine Village.
So ultimately, you all were responsible for
Yes,
the
sir.
road, as far as the upkeep?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and to make sure I understand this, and then this new section, what have you, would fall under someone else, not under your HOA that's within the larger picture, is that?
Mr. McIntyre owns the other 28 votes in the
Yeah,
back.
okay.
So therefore, he owns the majority.
Okay.
Secondly, the addition of public storage area would add to the security and safety concerns. We were sold on Oak Ridge as a gated community. I moved in 2006, and there is a gate, but it has never been closed. There's also calling for a fence, but there's never been a fence. The developer has a golf course, which you already know, golf driving range at the end, and he does that at a honor system. He runs it. But I read in what he wants to do is put barbed wire and an 8-foot fence to keep apparently looters out of the area, and that's just inviting people in, and we'd rather not do that. The fact that he would use the chain link fence and barbed wire, I'm not going to go there for right now. Let me run on. Additionally, there are many school-age children in the subdivision. And with the potential added traffic, oversized vehicles, and boat trailers, utilizing the storage facility causes additional safety concerns for us. Therefore, we believe that allowing his construction will constitute a nuisance and a hazard to our community. In summary, because Pine Village Drive is a private street belonging to Grand Oaks homeowners, which include my subdivision, Oak Ridge, Pine Village, and Oak Ridge 2, causing us to be responsible to keep the road, the upkeep of the roads. We would, along with the added safety concerns, we ask you to disapprove this permit. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the HOA, and thank you very much. Any questions, I'll take right now.
Sure, I got.
Yes, sir.
Does school bus don't use that road?
Sir?
Does school bus use that road? School bus?
No, sir, no school buses are up and down the road.
Private road.
The road doesn't meet.
Okay. I know sometimes they have used private roads, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anybody else?
How wide is that road?
How wide
is it?
I understand it's 3 or 4 foot short of 18 feet. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. 18 feet.
18 feet of pavement.
Wide.
Any other questions?
Not right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We go back to Nancy Carrule.
My name is Nancy Carrule, and I live at 431 Pine Village Drive in Rocky Point, North Carolina. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this matter. I am respectfully requesting that the Board of Commissioners deny the special use permit 11076. If we could go to the map, 431 is where I live. This is right within visual range of the proposed material. I do have pictures. My property has been designated by the National Wildlife Foundation as a wildlife habitat. It's my view that having a chain link fence with barbed wire around it and additional public use not only will adversely impact my view of a very lovely area in general, but also adversely impact the safety of our children and our property values. Boat and RV storage enterprise is going to be open to the public. As has been stated already, we do not want this. We have a private road, and it's up to us to repair that road. For many of us, our homes are our biggest investment, and this is one reason why there are so many of us here tonight. We're trying to protect our property values. I would like to disagree with Mr. McIntyre's statement that the codes, covenants, and restrictions prohibit boat and RV storage. The Grand Oak CCRs, the Oak Ridge CCRs, the Pine Village CCRs, and Oak Ridge 2 CCRs refer these decisions to the Architectural Review Committee. They are not prohibited in the CCRs. They are up to the Architectural Review Committee. At this point, due to the fact that it's still the declarant control period and Mr. McIntyre owns significant properties under this declarant control period, he can establish who is on that Architectural Review Committee. Currently, only Mr. McIntyre and his relatives are on that committee, and we are not allowed to have a vote. Even though Oak Ridge is no longer in the declarant control period and Mr. McIntyre does not own property in Oak Ridge any longer, he has removed his home from Oak Ridge, even though he lives within that development, so that he does not have to ascribe to the covenants or the Architectural Review Committee decisions that he himself has made and imposed on the rest of us. He's exempted himself.
Well, let me ask you, so it's basically his decision on being on the architectural committee, or being the architectural committee in essence, to decide whether they would allow folks to keep
That is
boats in their
correct.
yard?
That is correct.
So he has evidently denied that request?
That is correct.
Okay.
And it is a little self-serving that one would make decisions in one's financial best interest when the homeowners don't really want this. I have a number of other things at this point, including pictures of my property, but I'm going to defer to other people. And do you have any questions of me? I also have the CCRs if you would like copies.
I kind of have a question that has to do with this, but the attorney can keep me on track, because I don't want to create any issues or problems here, but when you folks moved out there, were you not aware that there could be some commercial enterprise, or did you think you were moving into a residential community?
Well, it never occurred to me that, and I can't speak for the other residents, but I'm assuming it might not have occurred to them either, that that the driving range wasn't a part of our HOA, that was a private enterprise. I thought that was one of the common areas. But when we moved in, there were no common areas deeded to the HOAs. So
you can pay to use the driving range?
We can pay to use.
Just like the public?
That is correct.
But it wasn't exclusive to the community?
That is correct. It is open. Actually, right on the gate, it
And I gotta tell you-
advertises the driving range.
And I got to tell you, some of these issues are just civil issues between the homeowners and.
Yeah, we've got to make sure we
Yeah,
stay.
Yes, I don't want to
drift off-
abuse that.
Yeah, and I don't want to drift too far off course, but you answered my question, I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if I have photos, who should I give them to?
The clerk right there, she'll take them. Thank you. Those are into the record, right?
Yes.
Into the record.
She identified them as what they were, probably. Sherry Rosenbrook, all right. Brett Rosenbrook.
Thank you.
Shane Coleman.
For the record, please.
My name is Shane Coleman. I live at 137 Pine Village Drive. I'm just going to cut right to the chase. I have two young kids. I have a 9-year-old and a 4-year-old. They play. I live more towards the front of Pine Village. You can't see my neighborhood or my lot. I'm up towards the front of towards 210. But among the households out there, there's quite a few young kids that play up and down the road. So my biggest concern is the safety issue with that, with the extra public that comes down our road. And by the way, the whole driving range thing, there's really not a lot of traffic that goes to that, so it's not that big of an issue. But adding more public, I guess, items back there, to me, would add that much more traffic. There's not many people in Pine Village or Oak Ridge that has requested any type of boat or RV storage that I know of, that I'm aware of. That's just speaking from myself. But I would say the biggest concern I have is the upkeep on the road, which y'all have already heard, and the safety for the kids that are in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to say my part.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Dennis Morgan. Belinda Morgan. Can't tell if that's Eric Edwards. Your handwriting's better than mine, sir, but I know how to read mine, so that's not a problem.
My daughter was reading my notes from work one time. She said, "Daddy, I can't read it." I said, "I'm the only one that's got to read that."
Eric Edwards, I live at 187 Pine Village. Couple things. I did have a boat at my house. I keep it now in the water. I was told when I requested to keep the boat actually in my backyard, I was denied from the HOAs, which is the umbrella HOA. And to kind of clarify that, you have one big umbrella HOA, then you have the two other divisions of it, which I'm in Pine Village HOA. Brett's talking about he's in Oak Ridge, and then you have the Grand Oaks. Grand Oaks actually denied me to keep my boat in my backyard, which I think other residents would like to do that versus having a storage. Our covenants actually says you can have a boat or trailer in your yard. It just has to be in some type of boathouse, some type of coverage or something to that effect. It's not that you can't have it, you just got to have it locked up, or have to have it covered or in some type of facility. I looked into doing something of that nature, and it was going to cost me about $25,000 to build a garage that my boat would fit. That's not practical. So on the aspect of having actually a storage lot for it, I'm totally against. I keep mine in the water now, but I don't need a storage. I have a child, I have a 5-year-old and a 7-month-old. I don't need more public traffic going up and down the road that's going to possibly, do injure to anybody's kid out there, anything of that nature. So, thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anne Marie Edwards. Mark Donaldson. Thank you, sir. Tracy Coleman. Matt Capabianco.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Janet Badger. Thank you, ma'am. Those are all the sign-ups we have, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions from commissioners? Staff, anything we missed we need to add?
Can I add something, clarify something?
Yes, I think we need to allow the
Usually
applicant
the
to have a
applicant's
chance to
allowed to
rebut
brief,
anything
right.
that was said. Please come forward to the microphone. I was getting there.
Yes, I'd just like to clarify a couple of things. The roadway that they're talking about, Pine Village Drive, it has not cost them anything. We haven't charged anything into the capital fund for them for repair, which would be a special a budget that we could put aside for the roadway.
Well, let me ask you this. How old is the road?
The road was put in 96, I think it was.
Have you made repairs to it?
It has not had to have
Well,
repairs.
when you make repairs, who's gonna pay for it?
Well, the homeowners is gonna have to pay, but I've also got a new roadway that has gone into Oak Ridge too, which is the new subdivision. This board have also approved 63 acres for additional construction, which is Phase 3 of Grand Oaks, which will be coming before this board at a later date, which will be additional roadway to go in. And all of that is, the cost of all of that is going to have to be figured into the total Grand Oaks budget. But right now, the portion that's discussed is the little section of Pine Village Drive itself where they're living on. Now, they haven't had no expense except for the maintenance of the open space and the right-of-ways. That's the only thing they pay for so far. And that's the only thing we charge them for.
Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, if
Yeah.
I may.
Yes.
The additional development approval, planning board has not approved that. We have not had a submission in our office.
That can't have a bearing on our decision tonight anyway.
One question I do have for Kyle is, any issues in the past, special use permits, or any violations or anything of that nature?
No, I mean, we typically look into cases to see if there is any active violations when they submit. There was something several years ago that had been cleared up the month after that. And just for clarification for the record, that first phase that went in was developed prior to the county having a subdivision ordinance. So that's why there might be inadequate roadway widths, as Commissioner McCoy had alluded to prior.
Yeah,
Maybe at least 20 feet.
It doesn't really help you folks here unless you move somewhere else, but yeah, years back, we adopted a subdivision ordinance that from now on, there's a lot of people in this county that wouldn't be put in particular positions that they are in now. I know it doesn't help you unless you move somewhere else, but that was some things happened a long time ago. So, hearing no other comments from the commissioners, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion. The chairman cannot make or second a motion, and generally we refer to the commissioner from districts on items that lie solely within their district anyway.
Can you give me a moment?
Yes, sir.
I want to make a motion, but I want to put my hands together.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I'm ready to make my motion.
Chair, entertain a motion.
Okay. My motion will be to deny this on the grounds of items 2, 3, and 6.
Have a motion on the floor to deny based on the items that the commissioner referenced. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion denied. Unanimous vote.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I just wasn't sure if we want to let, if those folks want to leave before we.
Yeah, it has been denied, folks. If anybody, unless you just want some entertainment, want to hang around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
that under section G.
I think we do the item.
If you are here for item 23, please come forward so that you can be sworn in for that item. And remember, you need to go ahead and get sworn in or affirmed now. Item 23 is a public hearing, a resolution requesting approval of a special use permit, for construction and operation of a sewage treatment facility located approximately 1.3 miles west of U.S. Highway 17 and approximately 1 mile northeast of the New Hanover County line, Hampstead. Fair to say, I think some of us have referred to this as the Sidbury Tract and some other, we're in Scotts Hill. So, Mr. Brewer.
That's exactly correct, Chairman. And in reference, this property had previously had an approval for the master plan known as East Haven. Let's see, the property is zoned PD plan development, and sewage treatment facilities are permitted via SUP in the PD district. Wastewater treatment facility is being proposed to be located along the northeastern boundary of the approximately 500-acre tract owned by Pender 1164 LLC. The tract will then be subdivided for the wastewater treatment facility on approximately 38 acres. The 38 acres will contain the wastewater treatment facility, associated equipment, and groundwater impoundment basins for the treated effluent. It is being proposed that the project will be built in 3 separate phases as demand increases for wastewater services. The first phase will include treatment capacity for up to 100,000 gallons per day. Based off of service demand, the second phase of the project will include another 100,000 gallons per day, following with future expansions up to 3 million gallons per day. According to the applicant's submitted site plan and narrative, the project will be required to provide for at least 200-foot buffer from all property lines. This buffer is required for the treatment facility and all associated equipment utilized in the process. Within the buffer, the project will also have to comply with Pender County's prescribed buffer and landscaping standards outlined in the UDO. As proposed, the treatment facility will use membrane bioreactor technology. Staff has included a fact sheet that has been essentially written by the EPA, which is a high level of treatment, or what they call tertiary. As stated in the submitted narrative, tertiary treatment is considered an advanced treatment and is able to remove more than 99% of all impurities from wastewater. This results in a water quality approaching that of drinking water standards. Furthermore, it is stated that the process does not cause odor or noise issues to neighboring properties. This should be demonstrated by the applicant based off of proposed distance and buffer requirements, as it is proposed that equipment in the form of sound dampening devices will be utilized for blowers and other normally loud equipment. During the treatment process, the effluent will be disposed of on-site through the high-rate infiltration basins. The basins will be surrounded by a subsurface groundwater underdrain. The outfall of this underdrain will be directed to a groundwater impoundment. It's stated that the impoundment will be used as a source of reuse water to serve the development and community with non-potable water for landscaping, irrigation, and other uses. The applicant should demonstrate that the treated effluent does not have to be disposed of through landscape irrigation or other uses if the soils have been saturated due to heavy rain events, and would not have to be hauled off of the treatment site to be disposed of at off-site locations. Access to the site will be provided through Hogan's Trail, which is an 18-foot wide gravel easement accessing Sidbury Road, which is a secondary road. It has been stated that this easement, upon future development of the overall 500 acres, will be brought up to Pender County standards, which will require design and construction to NCDOT secondary road standards. It is not anticipated that the treatment facility will require frequent vehicular access. It will be limited to site contractors and the utility provider personnel for continuous monitoring activities. According to the site plan, the tract does contain 404 wetlands. These areas are not proposed to be impacted by the treatment facility or any of the equipment and effluent areas associated with the facility. Inasmuch there's no regulated special flood hazard areas located within the project area. As a proposed public utility provider, the applicant will be governed by the North Carolina Utilities Commission, whom regulates the rates and services of all public utilities in North Carolina. On a case-by-case basis, the applicant plans on applying to the North Carolina Utilities Commission for new franchise or service areas in which to serve with wastewater utilities. Each service area to be added to the applicant's responsibility must receive approval through the Utilities Commission. In order to demonstrate appropriate land use patterns and growth associated with sewer service availability, a proposed condition has been drafted to allow for a consistency statement to be issued by the county prior to the application to the Utilities Commission for future service areas. This will assure that the proposed infrastructure and extensions are consistent with the adopted Pender County Comprehensive Plan, as well as any planning board recommended or approved projects and Board of Commissioner approval. The comprehensive land use plan classifies the property as mixed use. Mixed use land use classification designates locations where a mixture of higher density or intensity uses is to be encouraged. Coastal Pender area and designated land use classifications support the availability of public water and sewer services. Water and sewer improvements are necessary for property to be developed to urban densities. Extensions of water and sewer lines significantly affect the timing and density of development, and it is imperative that land use and utility extensions be coordinated in order to achieve the desired land use patterns identified in the comprehensive land use plan. Through utility planning, development required to use public water and sewer will occur in a more orderly pattern adjacent to existing developed areas. This is supported by two separate policies within the comprehensive plan. And at this time, I'd like to, if I may, Mr. Chairman, pass out some revised conditions to the board that have changed from what's submitted in your packet. Planning staff, along with Pender County utility staff, met with the applicant on Friday to discuss some proposed conditions that were placed upon the project that are submitted in your staff report. We'd like to present to you these revised conditions as of Friday. And I'll go through each one of these, and certainly if there's any questions for staff, these have been presented back to the applicant as well as Mr. Thurman. So if he has any comments on them, then we can listen to those. Number one directly addresses what I just spoke on. County review of expanded service areas shall be required to demonstrate consistency with the goals and priorities of the comprehensive plan. A consistency determination shall be issued by the Planning and Community Development Department prior to application being made to the Utilities Commission. This may be in the form of staff approval of a specific project or board approval, which would include planning board or commissioners, dependent upon review criteria outlined in the UDO. This is a direct condition to try to prevent premature infrastructure extension to areas in the county that are undesired for growth. Number two, the sewage treatment facility and associated infrastructure shall be built in accordance with all applicable local, state, and federal regulations. The treatment facility and associated infrastructure shall be designed and constructed for the conversion of the system to public ownership, operation, and maintenance only if the system is offered to and accepted by the county. This is directly addressing our comprehensive plan goals for the use of package treatment plants, and if something were to happen to the system, it would be able to be converted to the county. Not that that's our intention. Number three, service areas requested by the applicant to the Public Utilities Commission should be non-exclusive service areas to allow for Pender County Utilities to provide service along the applicant's force main locations. Pender County Utilities will not attempt to provide sewer service to the existing customer base and/or service areas of the provider unless requested to do such by the provider, and PCU service is available and is willing to accept said customers and/or service areas.
Hypothetically speaking, package plant for a subdivision just becomes cost prohibitive and impractical. Could it be, in turn, potentially be accepted into if they petition?
I believe.
Or would it go to the county and then the county be the customer of?
Well, I think unless the county wanted to manage that treatment facility, which I don't think we would, they could go directly to the applicant if the applicant were so inclined. The conversation that we had Friday was based, around areas that maybe they can't serve for some reason, and there's a pent-up demand, and the county was so inclined to provide that service to that area, we could.
I was just coming up with an extreme because I've been asked an extreme.
Absolutely.
Question I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Service area
Mm-hmm.
is the area of the development.
The service area in this application is first of all yet to be established. They have to make application to the Utilities Commission. For example, if we can use an example here, I'll try to show you. So if the treatment facility is located here, they most likely would petition the Utilities Commission to make this their first service area per se. If you have a non-adjacent or non-contiguous service area request, for example, if this property here wanted to be serviced, the condition as stated in your report would require a consistency statement from the county, and then they would have to apply to the Utilities Commission, who would then look at setting rates, making sure that they're able to service that piece of property. And if they deem it acceptable, then that would then become the applicant's service area.
You don't know what the service area is going to be?
No, I believe it's the applicant's intention to garner service areas throughout the Hampstead region.
All intents and purposes, this is somewhat mirrors part of a planned or master sewer plan anyway.
That's correct.
Well, the only reason I ask is because you're agreeing to be non-competitive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's through evaluation. We did go and look at the plan that was completed by McKim and Creed in 2006, and really the premise behind that was a 3 million gallon a day plant to be located on the East Haven tract. So it is consistent with that plan.
We're not in uncharted waters here, although there are some differences, but
Sure.
we're not totally in uncharted waters.
Right, and if I could address a point, Mr. Chairman, maybe I think that kind of follows up on that. Unless you got it and I didn't see it, we never got a response from the Utilities Commission about whether they would honor this condition. And I will tell you, there are utilities that say if they get permission from the Utilities Commission, they don't need anything from the local government. So under that theory, they could, once they got started here, they could serve anywhere. And that's something we discussed with our utility staff, is that once this gets going, effectively it might prevent us from ever having public sewer on that area, because they're going to cherry pick the projects that need it, and you'd never get a sufficient customer base to start sewer service in what is the Rocky Point.
That's kind of where I was going.
That's why I wanted to address it. I thought that's where you were going, Mr. Chair. Former Chair, sorry.
Somewhat of comparison, but it's not the same thing. But certain folks call me sometimes from certain areas, complain about another utility that exists.
Yes, and that's part of.
Say a cable company, for instance, and they say, well, do they have? And I try to tell them that the franchise is not exclusive. If another entity wants to come in here and undergo the expense and try to get the client base, they can. There's ways to go about doing that, but in all likelihood, it's not going to happen. A lot of times, first one in the ground enjoys the spoils of being the first one in the ground.
Yes. And again, there are some cases that talk about state utilities preempting. I will try not to extend this, but there's a case about an electrical line in Kill Devil Hills where they did not want it going where Virginia Power wanted to put it. And Utilities Commission and ultimately the Court of Appeals said, if the Utilities Commission says they can site it there, they can site it there. We don't care what down the Kill Devil Hills says. And that some utilities try to extrapolate that to say, if we get permission to go somewhere from the Utilities Commission, we don't have to have any local permission to do it. That has yet to be decided, but that is out there, and that's something that we discussed. But, and as we dealt with previously, once you have a treatment facility in place, coming up with a basis to deny an expansion of that facility that will convince a judge can be very difficult, because once it's kind of like being a little bit pregnant. Once you've got a sewer treatment facility there, how much difference does it make if you got, two as that's you're there. You've already, again, you've already crossed that threshold. So, yeah, try to keep it clean. But no, that is absolutely out there, and I want you to know staff had, Kyle and
That's good. That's a good question. It's a question that needs to be brought up.
Well, I had contacted the legal staff at the Utilities Commission and posed this question. They were, quite frankly, baffled. They've never had this type of question before. And to no avail, I didn't get a response. He said he would pass it around the legal team and get back with us. So I re-forwarded it to him, and
this is not a big issue for me here.
Sure.
But hypothetically, if you've got the county wanted to provide a service in there, but here's the good thing. We're limited to our resources right now, so.
No, and absolutely, and that's part of, and for the commissioner to decide. And, we already have an existing service district there. And the difference is, at this point, we're not in a position to provide sewer service there. Somebody can't come in there and provide water because we are in a position to provide
And I
water
do
there.
understand, when you make an investment, you want your investment protected.
Right.
So I'm good. I asked my question, got my answer.
I'm glad you got it on record.
Number 4 is really for an in-house type of condition. An annual report depicting service areas and connections shall be provided to the county by the first of each calendar year. The report shall include basic information regarding the system and its operations, including reports from the state governing authorities. Digital files shall also be provided showing the force mains, lift stations, and collection system in its entirety. That way, current engineers on staff and planning staff will have access to the information for planning tools and just knowing where these things are. The following 4 conditions are all basic conditions, and that's everything that staff has. Just if there's any questions for us, we'll be more than happy to answer them. I think there's a couple of engineers that probably can answer some technical questions.
Anybody else got any questions? I know we saw some people come up and get sworn in. I know some of the applicants are here. Is there anyone here that's not part of the app?
I do not believe so, Mr. Chairman. I didn't, and I don't believe anyone that was sworn in. I believe that's everybody that was sworn in was part of Mr. Trask's group. So.
Yeah, I do want to. If you are not with the applicant and were sworn in for this item, raise your hand, please. It just might determine. I still know you didn't pay all these people to come all this way and not at least know who they are. So we will open the public hearing and ask that the applicant come up and introduce anybody that he wants to, and maybe give us the Reader's Digest version, sir.
Mr. Trask, why don't you come up and make the introductions?
And, I have met with the applicant, some of his people, multiple times. Mr. Brown's met with them, and staff has been in concert with them. There was never more than 2 commissioners present. Let me make sure that's on the record. But so this is not news to our board. We've been keeping each other informed.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to present this to you tonight. But have to tell you, I'm not a wastewater plant expert, so I brought the guys who are, who is Michael Gallant and Maurice Gallarda from Plurus. So I'll ask them to come. And
For the record, I know who you are, but...
Rayford Trask, Eastwood Road, Wilmington.
Thank you, Mr. Trask.
Yes, sir.
First things first, how's your son?
Well, the good news is that this is terrible. Gronkowski with the Patriots is out for the rest of the seasons. The bad news is he might have to become a cold weather tight end. So there's visits coming up in the next week or so. The really cool news is my daughter, a senior in college, was named the All-American first team last night in women's volleyball. So hopefully the kids will pay mom and dad back someday.
Yeah, right.
I couldn't help it, but he had some bad news when I saw him before. So. Mr. Gallant.
Mike Gallant, 756 Cockle Street, Surf City, North Carolina.
Which, and just go, you can go right, is your whole site plan, yep. What did you do? Oh, maybe there's just a blank sheet. Shut up.
Okay, so we are proposing a sewer plant on 38 acres, and on what was once the Sidbury property, known as the East Haven Tract. It's a remote site, approximately a mile back off of Highway 17. It will be an MBR, which is a membrane bioreactor treatment process, and it will involve tertiary treatment, as Kyle said, with what we refer to as BNR, which is biological nutrient removal. Through permitting these systems with the state, we are required, depending on setback, to reach certain treatment levels. This plant will reach the most stringent of those and have a 50-foot setback to wetlands and surface waters. There are no surface waters on the property, by the way. And that will require a maximum total nitrogen of 4 parts per million and a maximum total phosphorus of 2 parts per million. Those are relatively stringent restrictions for a wastewater plant. The membrane process we use, though, is very capable of doing that and does produce a very good quality tertiary treated effluent. That effluent is going to be deposited on site through these 2 high rate infiltration basins. And those will infiltrate the effluent into the surrounding soils. And this dotted line is an underdrain. That underdrain is a 50-foot setback from the wetted perimeter of those basins. That underdrain, by gravity, flows into this groundwater impoundment. The groundwater impoundment is placed so that we can take this water and use it for reuse purposes in the development for sprinkler systems and such. If you're familiar with having a sprinkler system, you may realize if you're on a water meter that in the wintertime, your house might use, if you're a 3-bedroom house, you might use 360 gallons a day for your house, if you're going by the state average. Your sprinkler system probably uses somewhere in the range of 2 to 5 gallons a minute per head. So if you have 10 heads in a sprinkler area and you turn them on for 15 minutes, you start seeing how much water you're using. It gets to be a pretty large amount. So there is a great demand for use of this as sprinkler water. The upside of that is that you don't have to use potable treated water for that purpose. So it's a very green enterprise, and that's kind of the heart of this matter, is to fit into the community and not only provide wastewater treatment, but provide this this water for reuse.
Michael, is it fair to say not just for folks wanting to spray it on their private lawns, but it can be put on the common areas, multi-purpose fields?
Absolutely.
All kind of things like that, is that correct?
Absolutely. Now, our friends at the state of North Carolina and Diener love the idea of using reused water. And if you take the water directly from the plant, you can use that as reused water. The problem with it is, although they love you to do that, they have passed rules that make it very difficult to do that. By using the water from the underdrain, that water is now considered groundwater, and there aren't restrictions on the amount of water or where you can use that water. And that frees you up to do things and build amenity ponds and use it for irrigation in different places, and it really makes the whole process easier. And from a utility standpoint, the utility doesn't have to manage all that. If you have a normal reuse project and you're spraying water on a golf course, you have to monitor every day how much you're putting on that golf course, where you're putting it at, and the accounting of that gets to be onerous. So by using this process, which is happening all over the state, we're kind of skipping over those rules and getting more reuse to actually physically happen. That's kind of the idea here. We've got a plant that's pretty much a duplicate of this system in Onslow County. It's already been built. We would extend again an invitation to anybody from this board to come up and visit that plant and actually see, how it operates and see the noise levels and all that kind of stuff. I think you'd be pleased to see it. It's a very good, clean operation, and we look forward to constructing this in Pembroke County.
Does any commissioner have any more questions on the technical aspect for Mr. Gallant right now, before we ask maybe some more on the commercial end of things?
I'm good.
For the record, state your name.
Maurice Gallarda, and I'm the managing member of Plurus Holdings LLC, the parent to Plurus Hempstead LLC. And I live, my address is 2100 McKinney Avenue, Suite 1550, Dallas, Texas. And I'm here just representing, obviously, the applicant with regards to this project. And I think more than importantly is that maybe if you'd like to ask me questions on the commercial end, I can address those so I'm not rambling too much on subjects that might not be important to you.
You got any questions?
I think it's all important. It's just we already familiar with a lot of this information. So.
For the record, the end game is obviously the surrounding areas, the subdivision here surrounding it, but also the intent to basically get some sewer area up to some commercial areas that have been wanting it for a long time.
And I think that's a fair statement. And our plan is, when was asked by, well, what is the service area that you're applying for? And staff did a great job on explaining how you do it with the commission. And the service area that we file for is exactly as he said. It's a developer comes in and Mr. Traska said, I want to develop this land. We're not allowed to apply for anything but that piece of land. So that's the service area. It's not a service area that extends outside of that. It just doesn't happen. And so every time, and I think the safeguard for the county, and it's a good one, and that is that each time that someone would come to us and ask us, would you provide service there, before we can say yes to that, we essentially have to come in and meet with the county on that. And we're okay with that, because we don't want to get involved in building something or expanding something that isn't obviously in all of our best interests. And you said it well, that as well. If you're going to make that kind of investment, I guess you'd kind of like to get a return on, that. Well,
there's nothing wrong with return on investment.
And we're even regulated in that degree, because we don't set the rates. The North Carolina Utility Commission in a rate proceeding, sometimes those things take 7 to 8 months, and they're like audits of a publicly traded company. They're very detailed, and we have to defend every single penny, and then they set what they consider reasonable and just rates. That's the term under the law. But our goal would be if we can be part of the help here, we obviously want to do that. And the only thing Plurus, and we use this down in Onslow County, the only thing Plurus is guilty of is doing what we said we would do, and no more and no less. And so we're very proud of our technology, and we also believe that we're environmentally responsible. And I think that's why the Trask family, to some degree, was enamored with this, is that we didn't just want to build something that would fail. Our reputation is more important to us than making a buck. And so we love the project. We're here to serve it. And commercial customers can connect on just as other developers can, but we still have to come before your staff before we can proceed on those kind of things, and we're okay with that.
And I've got to ask you one, because I've been asked to ask this, but I'd rather not have any questions beyond this one. Hypothetically, area right around there, the church, things of that nature, just folks that may be interested. But I know that if you have a high-pressure line or there's some things you can't just tap a house into a sewer main going down the road. There's some other things that would have to happen. So I think these questions are gonna be asked of us more and more as this gets out. If it does move forward, the church there at the corner of Sidbury Road may come to us and ask the houses around there, even though they're not in a development. So I don't want to try to pin you down right now, but those are the types of questions that are going to come up that we're going to have to be able to explain if this moves forward.
The great news is we've got, and I believe this, he may not be the largest company in the area, but I retained Michael Gallant as a PE because I've done design myself. I'm a North Carolina licensed professional civil engineer, but Michael Gallant has designed these, and that we had hiccups down in Onslow County that we had to figure out how to get around on the design part of it. And we managed to solve some pretty seemed like difficult design issues. We solved them there. We have nothing to believe that we're not going to solve ones that surface here as well. But you're right, some of those questions don't surface on the upfront. Somebody comes in with a unique situation, and it means we may have to do some engineering. We want to get our hands around the flow capacity so that we can make sure that if we come in with the initial design and the initial flow, that within 6 months we don't have somebody coming in, well, you undersized it because now we need this. Now, there's not a chance of over-design on capacity because the North Carolina Utility Commission will only allow us to build to such that we have a used and useful, that's two actual terms under the North Carolina statute, that if we overbuild, it means that's not in benefit to the ratepayers, and we're not going to let you earn on that. So on one hand, we're trying to make sure we get the correct flow as close as we can. On the other hand, we can't over design a flow because the state will not allow a return on that. So we have a lot of wrestling over how do we start and how do we get to the flow, and we'll have that over the course of spooling.
Where's your plant in Onslow County? Where is the plant?
Where is it located at?
To Jacksonville or?
No, sir. If you take the 17 north toward Camp Lejeune and you turn right on Highway 172, you go down to the 210, and that's called Four Corners. If you then go south on the 210, the plant is on 500 acres just to about a mile down on the left-hand side.
That's all the questions that I had. Any other commissioner have questions or comments, concerns?
The attorneys looked at this and it's okay with what you see.
Yes, but I don't get, the
endorse
SUP
a
process is.
I'm not asking you to endorse it, I'm asking you to look at the project.
No, I have, and again, I've raised the issues. That's why I chimed in on the things, and again, we've looked at it, I think, and Kyle's tried, and we tried to get some feedback from the Utilities Commission, and I thought they might be more helpful to him than to me, but that didn't work out either. They don't like him either, so. I knew they didn't like me, but I wasn't sure about him.
They probably like us less.
No, everybody likes everybody.
Oh, it's Christmas time, that's right, sorry.
It is the season. Nobody has anything, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I think entertain a motion, we need to note that we should note the handout
Mr.
that
Chairman.
Kyle handed us with the.
And, Mr. Chairman, just again for the record, that the submittals made by the applicant have been admitted into evidence for consideration.
And I know this is your area, but you cannot make a motion.
If I wasn't the chairman, I would make the motion. I can't say that kind of a statement, can I?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to make another motion. And I'm going to make a motion to accept this and with the conditions presented.
I turn to you for a second,
All
sir.
right. I want to say this, I'm a big supporter of infrastructure. Sometimes we'll have to use maybe private enterprise, and this is the right direction in my opinion, so I'm seconding it.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Vote carries unanimous. Good luck to us all. Thank you. My phone is going to start ringing. This folks want to sign up, I promise you that. Oh, no, that's well. first one in the ground. Okay. We are now going to move to item 24, and it is also a public hearing, and it is also for an SUP. So if you're here for item 24, please come up to be sworn in.
And how about, you want to get
Probably good
everybody
now,
who's
but-
here?
No.
If these folks are here.
And staff remain doing their oath.
Thank you. Is everyone to sign?
Yes, sir.
Are they
Yes.
with the applicant?
I'm not sure, but we had one more person that we have sign-ups for those, so.
Okay, all right. We're going to go ahead and get to item number 24, which is a public hearing, resolution requesting approval of a special use permit for the construction and operation of a telecommunications tower located approximately 600 feet south of the intersection of NC Highway 53 and Old Ramsey Road, Burgaw. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The tower that is in question for the special use permit, just for the record, is a 300-foot self-support wireless telecommunication tower, which is located approximately 600 feet south of the intersection 53 and Old Ramsey Road in Burgaw. The proposal is permitted via special use permit in the Pender County UDO, as it is situated on a rural agricultural zone tract, and further, the tower is supported by one policy within the comprehensive plan. The tower is originally submitted indicated deficiencies. However, the applicant has since submitted documentation indicating an intent to comply with Pender County regulations. The tower did not appear to meet its side setback from the Old Ramsey Road access easement. The applicant has since explained that while the site plan appears to show the setback being taken from the center line, the actual measurement meets the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance, and staff would concur with this. Condition has been placed that prior to obtaining zoning approval, applicant shall submit a site plan detailing a tower setback of 300 feet from the Old Ramsey Road access easement. As submitted, the applicant meets this requirement. The applicant's submittal indicated that an existing easement would preclude the applicant from achieving rear setback compliance. The applicant has submitted a preliminary abandonment of easement agreement, which, if completed in full, would ensure that the applicant could achieve rear setback compliance, as Pender County takes setbacks from the property line and not the edge of the access easement. The condition has been placed on the application prior to obtaining zoning approval. The applicant shall submit documentation meeting the requirements of the Pender County UDO to officially dissolve the 50-foot roadway access easement that bisects the subject parcel in a horizontal path and further travels in a northwestern direction until reaching a terminus at its intersection with NC Highway 53. The only item to note of the application is that the tower is located within a special flood hazard area per the FEMA flood insurance rate maps, and will have to comply with all applicable provisions within those requirements. That's all that staff has for the application. The applicant is here to answer any questions.
Anybody have any questions for the applicant?
No, well, I just have a question. I heard you talking, I was reading through it, the setbacks. It does meet the setback requirement.
Yes, there were some questions when it was submitted, as indicated on the site plan, that the setback was taken from the access easement and not the property line in order to
Okay, that's what I want clarification on.
Yes,
So they actually took it from the roadway easement?
That's correct.
Roadway easement? That's
correct. So what we've proposed is that, and the applicant has agreed to this, is that they will dissolve that roadway easement, therefore putting them in compliance. And then the only other thing was that it appeared that the setback was taken from a center line on another directional boundary of the tract, but actually the distance is correct. It's just where the point where they took it was incorrect. When they submit a revised site plan for the site development application, that will be in conformance with the UDO.
To be
sure I need to open this up
Yes.
for the sign-up sheet.
Um,
Anyone other than applicants here?
I don't believe so. I believe the applicant's attorney wishes to briefly address the board. Is that Mr. Robinson?
Just to address those two questions, yes, please.
Thank you for having us here tonight. My name's David Robinson. I'm with the law firm of Nexen Pruitt. We represent American Towers, the applicant, or the tower construction company. American Towers, 22,000 towers, one of the largest tower construction companies in the world, looking to fit in a couple pieces of the puzzle here. We have 4 sites tonight. This site in particular, there were 2 issues. It's compliant with respect to all of your ordinance provisions, but 2, and thankfully we have now clarified one and cured the other. The one issue was there's an arrow here that sort of points to the middle of the street. That's erroneous, and the surveyor has now confirmed that it is a 305-foot setback from the side of that street, as opposed to, it's just the picture's misleading, not the measurement. The second thing is that private easement appeared on a map. It probably ceased to exist as a matter of law, but just to be safe, we have filed with Pender County an abandonment of easement agreement, and I do have a copy. And
You
that,
can give that to the clerk.
okay, that has been taken care of. We thought it was easiest just to go ahead and memorialize the abandonment and now the non-existence of that easement that bisects the property and honestly has never been used and no longer serves a purpose. I am happy that, honestly, that's the only thing we needed to talk about with respect to this site. I can certainly extrapolate about how we fit these pieces of the puzzle in. We've got 4 sites, and I guess we're going to take this one at a time.
Yeah, I think most of us that live around here and talk on the phone kind of see the correlation here.
We've submitted some pictures, and white space is a very bad thing, and there's a lot of white space on these pictures that we're here today to try to fit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other sign-ups beyond that?
No, sir.
Close public hearing, entertain a motion.
It's in my district or close to it, so I'm gonna make a motion that we approve it.
Motion is second. All in favor? Next item, I believe, is the same group. Is there anyone else who signed up for that item that has not already been sworn?
Might better clarify 25.
Did I say 24?
No, I'm just saying you didn't
Oh,
say.
item 25, the next item on the agenda, item 25. Different site, same basic permit here. Anyone signed up beyond that?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brewer, take it away, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, American Towers LLC applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for the construction and operation of a 300-foot self-support wireless telecommunication tower. The proposal is located on a 324-acre tract of land on Slocum Trail and Atkinson Cemetery roads. The tower is proposed to be located on the southeastern portion of the tract nearest the intersection of Atkinson Cemetery Road and Highway 53. Zoning for this tract is rural agricultural. Telecommunication towers are allowed in the RA district via special use permit. There's no conflicting policies in the comprehensive plan, and all relevant regulations of the UDO have been met for the submission of the application.
Kyle, can you show me on that map where the tower is?
Yes, sir. Staff is currently pointing to where it's located.
Why it's so close to the corner? I mean, does that meet the boundary? I mean, how close to the boundary is it?
It would need to be shown at 300 feet from the property line.
Yeah, I was just looking at the map here, so is it more than 300 feet from any property line?
It is 300 exactly. We're showing 300 from the eastern boundary, and from the southern, it's about 3,000 feet to the western here and about 1,400 to the northern.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see all of that on the map here. That's what I was asking. Okay, so you're over 300 feet, 300 feet or over on any boundary.
That's correct, and that's what the ordinance is going to require.
Any other questions? Commissioners or staff? Open up the public hearing. Any sign-ups other than the applicant, and does any commissioner have any question for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, the only sign-up was Mr. McIntyre, and I think that just means he signed up in the wrong place, especially since he's gone.
Fair enough. We'll close the public hearing, entertain a motion.
It's my turn. Okay. I'll make the motion, we approve this.
I'll second it.
Motion is second. All in favor?
And again, for the record, Mr. Chairman, the materials submitted are admitted into evidence.
Thank you.
On the basis of the record.
Item number 26. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. American Towers LLC applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for the construction and operation of a 300-foot self-supported telecommunication tower with a 6-foot grounded lightning rod. The subject property is located along the west side of US 421, approximately 1.6 miles south of Blueberry Road and US 421 intersection between Fowler Lane and Sydney Lane in Curry. The proposal is permitted via special use permit within the RA zoning district, and the tower is supported by one policy within the comprehensive land use plan. The special use permit request has been evaluated for compliance with standards outlined in section 5312Q, telecommunication towers. Based off the applicant's submittal, the request is in conformance with all items. The proposed 232 acre tract is vacant and is entirely forested. The tower is proposed to be set back 300 feet at its closest point to the southeast property boundary, 317 feet north of the southern property boundary, 1,461 feet west of US Highway 421, and 751 feet south of the northern property line, and 3,375 feet east of the western property. The proposed tower is located within the US 421 corridor south small area plan, which is defined by the Pender County Comp Plan as an area plan which is focused on development of the Pender County Commerce Park and adjacent properties for major economic development projects that support the creation of new jobs and enable significant non-residential tax base. That's all that staff has for the proposal. Be able to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Brewer? Commissioner? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing and ask for sign-ups.
None other than the applicant, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody have any questions for the applicant?
I do have one question.
Please,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
I
Brown.
noticed this is the same company for all of these towers, right? Why are the last two specifying a 6-foot ground wire, but the first one does not? Is there a reason for that?
All towers are the same configuration. All
Okay,
towers
so it's
have
just-
yes, sir.
So they're all going to be the same in that respect?
We'll have a lightning rod, yes.
They're all the monopoles, I guess you call them. Well, not
No,
the monopole,
no,
no, not a monopole, the tripole,
tripods.
excuse me.
They're self-supporting towers.
Yeah, self-supporting.
Which is kind of the mid-range height for towers.
But I just noticed the last two had the stated the 6-foot ground.
I think, Commissioner Brown, I think that was just in dictation from staff when they were writing
I was
these
just
up.
wondering if there was a difference in the towers, that's all.
I had the wrong terminology, but
No, I'm good.
hearing nothing else, commissioners, any questions, comments? Close the public hearing, entertain a motion.
It's your turn.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. I'll make sure I keep my towers correct here. We're on 27 now, is that correct? That's the fourth?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Fourth
Chairman.
one, Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. American Towers LLC applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for the construction and operation of a 300-foot self-support wireless telecommunication tower. Subject property is located at the intersection of US 421 and US Highway 53 in Burgaw, which is commonly known as Ward's Corner. The property is bordered to the southwest by Page Road and bisected horizontally by NC Highway 53. There's one property associated with the request, which totals approximately 367 acres. The proposal is permitted via special use permit in the RA and General Business Zoning District. For this application, the tower is located in the RA zoning district and has been reviewed as such. The property is supported by the comprehensive plan, or the use is supported by the comprehensive plan. The tower as originally submitted did include deficiencies within the application. The applicant is prepared this evening to address the deficiencies. Standards for towers in residential districts. If the tower is greater than 75 feet in height, it must be located at least 1,500 feet from any other telecommunication tower greater than 75 feet high. Provided, however, that the separation requirement does not apply from a tower if the applicant submits sufficient evidence to demonstrate that a reasonable effort to co-locate on that tower has been made, or that co-location on the tower will not technically satisfy the applicant's specific needs. I believe the applicant's here to address and to testify that there is not a tower within the 1,500-foot requirement of the UDO. Although the applicant did not expressly address this item, according to the GIS, it appears that there are towers in the near vicinity which may be greater than 75 feet in height. Once again, the applicant will address both of these this evening.
Fair enough. Any questions for Kyle or staff?
Just one, it looks like the setback on the 421 side of it's going to be exactly 300 feet.
That's correct.
Open public hearing, and I think we know the applicant's going to come up and speak to this, so please come up, sir. And for the record.
Again, David Robinson with the law firm of Nexon Pruitt. And I did, if it comes to pass, if for no other reason that they traveled all this way from Raleigh to be here, I do have representatives both from AT&T and from American Tower. Two issues with respect to this site. There are, in fact, if we use the term vicinity, there are two towers in the vicinity. They are, however, both over 2,000 feet away from the tower, one of which is a fire tower, so it's not a telecommunications tower. So technically, per your ordinance, these two towers are beyond the scope. Staff has, I believe, reasonably, the site plan we submitted indicates that these towers are in excess of 2,200 feet from our site. Staff has, I think, reasonably requested a measurement between our tower and these other two towers. We would be happy. I don't have that exact measurement. It is, I testify, in excess of 2,200 feet, certainly greater than 1,500 feet. We would be happy in a letter as an action item following this meeting to provide that exact distance. Secondly, there's some language we've discussed with the planning staff about the buffer, the landscaping buffer around these towers. American Tower has agreed to a solid wood fence around each of these four sites, and as a result, American Tower is free to choose one of the C landscaping buffers. They've chosen the solid fence with the C1. There was the report that you all have received from planning had some of the ordinance language is a little bit confusing. We've discussed this, but I'm here to state that for this tower as well as the other towers, American Towers is prepared to use the C1 buffer without any amendment thereto that's provided for in your ordinance. Happy to take any questions about this particular.
Just one question. Why would you put, I mean, I know it's 300 feet. That's right on the money for the highway. I was just wondering, why put exactly 300 feet from the road?
Well, the way, again, these are pieces of a puzzle, and there's a supercomputer, I believe it's located in Texas, that makes these determinations. Topography plays a part in this. AT&T says, okay, we got drop phone calls and we need overlapping coverage between various towers. These all play off of each other. You have to hand off the phone calls. My teenagers are driving this. Okay, I got 3 teenage girls. They're watching movies on their phones. Heck, my pastor of my church says it's time to open your Bibles, and half the people in the church are flipping their iPads on. It's the world we live in. AT&T will identify the deficiency. AT&T will give a site radius that's actually a little bit larger than your county's radius of 1,500 feet. and they will say, you know what, we need something in this particular area. Height of the tower is also a factor. So even though American Towers was not required to analyze those two towers, the fire tower and the EMS tower, they did in fact do that. And those towers are just plain and simple too short. At 110 feet and 150 feet, they do not provide the coverage that AT&T requires to only then have one tower be able to hand off all those phone calls. And if you get shorter, the signal strength doesn't go as far, and then the quality of the signal degrades as well. And so as we're looking to the data usage over and above the phone usage for these particular services, neither of those towers fit the bill.
Well, is it fair to say that you've got a spec, but when we're talking about this, spec can't be to within the foot, but are you moving it as far away? You would like maybe to even have it closer, but you have to stay back to 300 feet. So that's why you're not going 305, 310. You want to get as close as, I mean, I know you have
Correct.
You have a little bit of play in here, but you've got a spec, you want to try to meet the specifications.
That is correct.
The only concern I've got here, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, is I know we've got 300 feet distance from farm, correct?
Equal the tower height.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
You know, we do live in a hurricane area. We can have some severe hurricanes. And I know the engineering that goes into building these towers. I know, and I'm going to assume here that it's exactly as you say. If something were to happen, God forbid, whatever fall, it would fall in the manner in which you think it would fall. Not. But if you 300 foot, it puts it right on the highway if it were to collapse and fall that direction.
It's a good concern, and I actually come armed with two suggestions of how to interpret it. Yeah. So the ordinance requires the distance of the tower height. Two things, really. The first is that Hurricane Sandy, these towers, not a single tower went down. These towers don't fail unless, in particular, you're out west and some tornado throws a car into the middle of it. These are built to last. They don't come down. The second point is, all these towers are engineered these towers don't fall like this. They're break points. And we have actually submitted, not for this tower, but for another tower, we went ahead and got what's called a fall zone letter. And the fall zone letter concluded that actually the fall zone around the base of this tower is about half the tower height. Again, these things don't come down like this. They kind of break like this, and because it's a lattice setup, you can identify where that break point would be in the incredibly unlikely event that there is any kind of a problem with the tower. So as submitted to the planning staff, the actual fall zone is about 150 feet around the base of that tower. So 300, I do this in a lot of counties, 300 the tower height is more than adequate setback for fall zone for protection purposes.
So if it fell, it kind of collapsed on itself, it wouldn't just fall.
You can't, it's very, very difficult. I wouldn't say it's never come over like that, but in general, because these things break when something gets tossed into it, or because it's got a direct hit with a tornado, it's going to break about halfway down. And it is not going to go outside of the tower height radius.
For a 300-foot tower, on average, on a radius, it's got what, like a 30-mile radius or 40-mile radius when it covers, it overlaps?
Again, it really depends on the topography. It depends on how tall the towers are. You've got the maps, and it shows how these are playing off of each other. I mean, I have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't need to belabor the point, but yes, sir, there's a computer that punches in the coordinates, longitude, latitude, height of the tower, which is called a rad center, and generates that coverage. And again, the key is to have enough overlap so you don't drop the phone calls, but with enough strength that you can get the data for, we're going to say, the kids to learn off of them, but also to entertain them as well.
Satisfied? Any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Follow up with staff? Thank you. Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I guess that's close to my area, so I'll make the motion to approve this item.
Second it.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor? Please raise your hand. Motion carries unanimously. If you gentlemen wouldn't have come, there would have been questions for you. That's generally the way it works. So, item 28, is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
And that is planning staff. It's a public hearing and resolution requesting approval to amend the Pender County UDO Section 4.14, Appendix A, remove Article 9 from County Unified Development Ordinance and create an independent document.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To simplify this text request, staff is simply requesting to remove Article 9, which is the flood damage prevention article within the UDO, and to make that its own standalone ordinance, as we found that issues of enforcement, updating, et cetera, become troublesome. Also, we want one document for our floodplain manager to be able to reference off of, as well as for the general public. So the amendment before you simply removes that Article 9 and creates a standalone ordinance along with all of the other references and clarifications. One thing that we did change, and by the way, this flood damage prevention ordinance is all based off of a state model and has been reviewed by the state, and they're happy with it. The one thing that we did change and discuss with the planning board is the requirement to place a manufactured home within a floodway. Currently, you can put a stick-built home in a floodway as long as they meet the no-rise certification requirements. So it's staff's recommendation that if the underlying zoning district allows the housing type, then the flood hazard area should not dictate what type of housing type is utilized. That's correct.
So this could help some folks on the river? Potentially.
It would, and typically, the floodway, this is only a provision within the floodway. From staff's understanding, it was maybe just a personal preference and why it was included in the ordinance, but the state template and state agency has concurred with staff that it's okay to allow this if the county were so inclined. So based off of discussions with the planning board, staff is presenting as such. We can answer any questions that this board may have, reduce some redundancies and definitions.
10, 11, 12 are just are renumbering issues.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because we'll have some significant formatting to change, but that's it.
Open the public hearing. Do you have any sign-ups?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Close the public hearing then. Entertain a motion.
I'll make
It's his turn.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
I'm hunting a second.
By
By default, I'm looking to you for a second, sir.
I'm sorry, I forgot we don't have that.
Motion and a delayed second. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah, the crickets were about to chirp.
Yeah, that's happened.
Yes, it has happened.
Yes, sir. Number 29, public hearing and resolution requesting approval to amend the Pender County Unified Development Ordinance, Section 7.0.5, Section 8.1.2, and Section 4.14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are some issues that have been previously been discussed. Section 710.5 is, excuse me, directly relevant to parking surfacing standards for nationally registered historic districts and sites. Section 8.12 is the same provision except for as it applies to landscaping and buffering. And then Section 4.14 is something that has come up through just general day-to-day activities in regards to building separation in the general industrial and industrial transitional districts. I can say each one of these amendments are really tied to, for the industrial, is unique processes that happen on industrial sites. The building separation, which is currently set at 100 feet, may not be relevant to an operation and may be very burdensome. So what staff is proposing to do is to mimic what the North Carolina Building Code would require, assuring safeguards are in place for firewall separation and sufficient rating. Staff can answer any questions that the board may have. This is a proposal.
Question, just comments.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you folks working on this. This is important. It's kind of like, you remember we talked about when you all first brought the UDO in, we knew there would be times we'd have to tweak it from
Yes.
time to time to accommodate what we need and the needs of our county. Not as just something you go arbitrarily go in there and change, because I think Colin and his staff do a very good job of looking for the important issues, things that we may need to change. But what brought this on for me we now have Pender Lee Museum, which is up there in the Pender Lee area, has now been registered or is now on the National Register of Historic Places. It's kind of like that group of items is not really clearly defined or covered in the UDO, like commercial, private property, things of that nature. So it was an opportunity here that maybe it was an area that we could better define. And I appreciate what you folks did to help us out with that. Sure. So I just want to say thank you for that.
And just to add on to that, first and foremost, I appreciate the board, being working with staff on some of the changes in the UDO, because I think we all knew coming into this that it would happen and things do change.
Well, if we waited on the perfect document, we'd have never voted on anything. It does not exist, so.
The county changes, so there's nothing really we can do about it. And
But New Hanover County likes the format you've got.
sure, well, we're more than happy to share it with them.
Better open the public hearing and ask for sign-ups.
No sign-ups, Mr. Chairman.
And I would,
No sign-ups. Close public
I
hearing.
would like to make the motion to approve this item.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any comments before we adjourn this
Just as
meeting?
this was a historic occasion.
What?
Yes, it was. Look at this.
Don't jinx it. I just want to tell everybody to be safe, and I meant what I said earlier about the people I think that we have in place. Keep up working together. Don't let egos get in the way, and communicate, and let's streamline anything that we can streamline. And I know you guys have a lot of ideas, and we can't always produce the funds to pay for all of your ideas, including everyone here, but we just got to do the best we can, move on. Honor working with you gentlemen. I wish the other two gentlemen could have been here, but we all know things happen.
Did a good job.
But we're going to move forward just like we have been, and you don't get 5-0 votes all the time, but a lot of people need to realize most of the votes that we vote on wind up being 5-0s. So I think we're working in concert together, and I just want to continue that, Mr. Chairman. So, as I said that, there won't be any 5-0 votes
You're
next
the
meeting.
chairman now. Don't look at me, go, Mr. Chairman.
As Inspector Clouseau would say, former Chief Inspector, former Chairman Brown.
There you go.
So, meeting adjourned.